The clerk, please take roll.
Currently, in the session hall, there's Senator Pangilinan, yourself, Senator Agun, Senator Rector, Senator Espaldon, Senator Taitagui, Senator Palacios, Senator Cruz, Speaker Wampet, and Senator Blas. There is a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Senator Reagan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and with the indulgence of yourself as chair and the members of the legislative body, I just have to vent just slightly. Apparently, there was an individual who sits as chair of the Port Authority of Guam who went on a radio show earlier this morning and had criticized members of this body and how we have handled this entire process during the deliberations and the discussions. I take extreme exception to that because some of the words, the choice words that he used, basically alluded to the members of this body should not act in that fashion. Well, we're here acting at the behest of the people of Guam, on behalf of the people of Guam. And any time that a public servant, whether you're a board member, a commission member, an administrator of a public entity, or representatives thereof within that agency, you have a responsibility to respond directly to critiques and to questions and concerns that are expressed by members of this body, especially in light of what is being requested of us to support a port master plan, which is much needed by this community in anticipation of some of the activities down the road, inclusive of the organic growth. You have an obligation as the chair of the Port Authority of Guam to be able to respond directly to questions and concerns and not question how we proceed in terms of that particular deliberation and discussions. I think without going into details, Mr. Chair, I don't think that's necessary, but I think that any individual that is brought before this legislative body, inclusive of that one particular chairman of the Port Authority of Guam, has got to recognize that we will ask, we will question, and we will provide some sense of direction in terms of where we see things should move in that particular, or move in that particular venue or that particular direction. But to interrogate or even question the actions of this body, I take extreme exception to that. And I thank you for the opportunity to clarify that, because if you're not able to stand the heat, then you got to get out of the kitchen, period. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Reagan. I would now recognize Senator Judy Wampat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know yesterday I had passed out an amendment, and you came back with some additional amendments, so I had legal counsel then redo the amendment, so it's going out to all of you, and it's to add a new section to the bill, and it'll be a Section 3, Port Authority of Guam borrowing cap. So the Port Authority of Guam, PAG, may not...
Speaker Wampat, may I, first of all, does everybody have a copy of the amendment? And does everybody have a copy of the bill?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed. Sorry.
Okay, so it's on page 2 to add a new Section 3. And it says the Port Authority of Guam may not indebt itself more than $54,500,000 without legislative approval, and shall use this amount exclusively in the implementation of the organic growth portion of this master plan outlined in Phase 1 of the financial plan.
Do you want to speak on it, Speaker?
Well, not as much, but thank you anyway, because yesterday, before crafting this amendment, towards the end, when we were talking about the financial plan, I wanted to get a breakdown in terms of why then the amount of $54,500,000 to find out that $4.5 million of that already has been previously approved by USDA for the replacement of equipment, and they're remaining the $50 million. And also in the report, although I know it's not an amount beyond, even not that much beyond the $54.5 million, is that their borrowing capacity is at 57.9. But I think it's important that because they have been authorized to increase their fees, their charges, then that could definitely increase again their borrowing capacity, depending on how they're able to take care of their debt obligation. And I know it won't provide so much a ceiling for the government, but definitely their borrowing capacity is at 57 right now. There's always that possibility of additional monies being generated for any future debt obligation. We just want to make sure that for now it will be 54.5, and that any further increases in the near future, I think it's important that they come before this body. And so that is the gist of my amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senator Uggan. Senator Rickner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, because the way I look at it, it's not necessarily directly restrictive, where it says the Port Authority of Guam may not indebt itself more than $54,500,000. So is it the intent of the sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Chair, to ensure that shall not indebt itself? I mean, that's just in terms of looking at how the language is couched. Mr. Chairman, if the good sponsor of the amendment can please yield.
Yes, Senator. I had actually discussed that with legal counsel, and I thought the same thing at first myself, shall. But then when you looked at their debt ceiling, they definitely can't go far above that. And then it actually says that they still have to come for legislative approval. So I think the safety net there is that, you know, they have to come to the legislature for approval. But I have no objections whatsoever in terms of wanting to make the language stronger, that rather than may, to say shall.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Chairman, so based on that discussion or that particular response, can I just move to ensure that we reinforce the restriction that is being provided here? And I want to make a general statement that when you're looking at $54,500,000, obviously those two components of potential borrowing, the loan guarantee as well as the direct loan from the USDA, amounts to $50 million, plus what the good sponsor of the amendment has just shared with us, $4.5 million, which has already been secured. The intent, at least in support of this amendment, is not to restrict the Port Authority of Guam infinitum. I think my support of this particular amendment is to ensure that any borrowing desire of the Port Authority of Guam, as well as the management, to address some of its expansion needs, that anything above $54,500,000 would have to come before this legislative body for consideration at that point in time. So I certainly hope that the management, as well as the members of the board, with the exception of the chair, that in fact they recognize that this is not to impede the progress. This is not in any way, my endorsement of this amendment is not in any way to impede the expansion and the implementation of the master plan. It's just in terms of accountability and in terms of the discussion, extensive discussion on the port master plan, that at least they have the initial authorization to address some of the requirements for the expansion of the Port Authority of Guam. So, Mr. Chairman, and with the concurrence of the Madam Speaker Wampad, if I can please propose to amend the word may to replace that with shall. So it would read, the Port Authority of Guam shall not indebt itself in excess of that amount. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any objection to that? So the amendment carries. Senator Ada, you're recognized on the one-part amendment? Yes. We're still on the one-part amendment.
Mr. Chairman, well, I do support the idea of establishing a borrowing cap, and I believe that this particular amendment here sends a very definitive, very clear message to the federal government that we are willing to partner in this modernization plan that will accommodate the flow of traffic that will be caused by the military buildup But fair is fair, and what has been determined is that a $54 million contribution on the part of the Port Authority of Guam is an equitable contribution to that $206 million modernization effort. So I think this sends a very clear message, certainly a very formal, and it's probably the first really formal statement that's been made that, look, we're willing to partner, but here's how much we're going to do it. I'll put your money where your mouth is, and then so we can go on and proceed with the modernization and make sure that your cargo goes through. The $54 million, I believe, if we were to go out and get that and begin the modernization, and if for some reason the Department of Defense or the feds in general don't come through with their part of the contributions, then, and they still think they're going to get their volume of traffic through, then I think maybe at that point, when that has been demonstrated that they're not going to pony up their contribution, then I think at that point, the port is going to have to make some decisions that if the container doesn't contain food, if it doesn't contain clothing that is needed for this community, then you go to the back of the line and you wait until those important commodities are offloaded. And I think that this strong message needs to be conveyed to the federal government that what is fair, $54.5 million is fair and equitable contribution on our part. I would, however, like at this point to make an amendment to the amendment and make it clear that the $54.5 million contribution is a $54 million, so that on the third line there where it starts with 54.5 or 54,500,000, it is then followed by the words 54,500,000 for the port modernization program without the legislative approval. So I'm just not sure. At least we know that that's what we're focusing on. So I think by putting in that language, then it clarifies that that cap pertains to the port modernization program.
Any objection to that language adding in? There be no objection, so ordered. Any more would like to talk about on the one-part amendment? You recognize, Senator Rector? As amended.
Thank you. On the Wampat Amendment as amended, and I stand in support of this, that we shall not indebt ourselves for more than $54 million without legislative approval. My only problem is as we've gone through with this master plan and we've gone through it, one of the issues that we had, and we had asked them repeatedly, and we'd ask them, well, what if you don't get any of the other funding? What are you going to do with the $54 million? And though we ask for how will you spend that $54 million, we never got a definitive answer. And that's one of my issues. Like, $54 million, look, at the end of the day is a fair chunk of change. And that's a heavy burden for the people of Guam to bear. And I want to make sure that if this port borrows $54,500,000 on the backs of the people of Guam, that we make sure it goes to something that's going to benefit the people of Guam and not go to some insane contractors or off-island consultants where they get rich at our expense. So I would like to make sure that before this bid goes out, because we've already gotten $4,500,000 in loans, I believe, but I want to make sure that whatever this $50 million, that a spending plan comes back to the legislature for approval before they float the loan. I want to know specifically what this extra $50 million is going to. And if I could have a slight recess so I can figure out the consult with legal counsel to come up with something like that? Then in that case, I will yield to Senator Pangilinan and speak in favor of his amendment, I suppose. Thank you. Part of another amendment?
A point of information,
Take
Mr.
your
Chairman.
point, Madam Speaker.
I remembered yesterday I had asked that question when I wanted to know specifically how the 54.5 million was going to be spent, and the only thing in this proposal that came to us is listed 4.5 for equipment replacement. The 50 million they said they have and it's broken down, and we had asked for a copy, so maybe hopefully, I know some of them are out there. If they can please provide that copy to us this morning while we continue, of course, with the amendment, because it was specified in order then.
Point of clarification then.
Yeah, you are right, Madam Speaker, but I also pressed them on that same information, and their response was that the 50 million or the $49 million of ARA funding plus this 54 million of port funding is so integrated that they can't break it out right now. So they're saying, and they keep repeating this fact, although we don't see any documents to that effect, that without the ARA funding, they will not get approved their $50 million loan. I'm not so sure, but that's what they're telling us and so forth, and that the projects are so intertwined that one phase leads into the other and overlaps the $50 million cost. So what they really need to do, if they don't get the ARA funding, is they need to go back and readjust their master plan and come back with whatever resources are available and how they would spend that money. And I think that's what we would like for them to do, is that anything beyond any additional borrowing that they do, if they don't get the ARA fund, if they can only support 18 million or 20 million, then that should come back for approval as part of a readjusted master plan. At least that's the way I understood what they said with regards to trying to isolate that 54 to this, and that this is going to happen regardless of this. They're saying they can't make that determination at this time.
Senator, continue. Senator Rector, are you done? Okay. Okay. On the, that's already adopted. Yes. Okay. On the rector amendment to include the word shall, is there any objection? No objection, so ordered.
Wait. I thought that was I thought that amendment was made initially by Senator Uggan. Yeah, so that passed.
Okay then.
And then the second amendment was my amendment, which had more specificity to that $54 million
Yes.
For the modernization program. And so those were the two amendments,
Okay.
correct?
The one-part amendment as amended. Any further speak on that?
I do have one more amendment that's being written right now.
But is that on the one-part amendment?
On the one-part amendment as amended.
You have another one? Okay.
Yes.
Because we have to settle the one-part amendment before I go to the other.
I want
Another amendment.
to your amendment.
So we will. We'll recess for 3 minutes.
All right.
Recess. The legislature is back in session. Senator Ada, you recognize?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My amendment has been passed out. And actually, the amendment is on the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line down. And what the amendment does is it deletes the term organic growth, and instead then identifies that this $54 million shall be used exclusively in the implementation of that portion of the master plan, which is not associated with the transfer of U.S. Marines to Guam in 2014. And basically what since the term organic growth is really kind of nebulous and it's not defined in the master plan, then alternatively we may want to articulate organic growth in terms of upgrades that are not associated. So in other words, regardless of whether the military comes or not, we're going to need to replace those cranes.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether the military comes or not, we're going to need to put in additional yard capacity because of the growth in the community. We're going to need to buy new top lifters and new tractors to be able to move these things around. Those things are going to have to be accomplished regardless of whether the military comes or not. Now, if the military came, or if the military did not come, are we going to need to put in the additional money for that phase 1B where they build new additional yard capacity, more than what was envisioned in phase 1A? Whether if the military did not come, we're still going to need to put in a new modern information system so we can keep track of where the containers are and whatnot. So that is the best. I think as an alternative is how we might differentiate or how we might define this organic growth. And I certainly would ask the body for their input as to how we might better articulate that if there's alternatives. Thank you.
Is that an amendment, Senator Ada?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone would like to speak on the other amendment to the one-part amendment? We're still on the one-part amendment, of course.
Well, I got on my amendment.
See, that's the second amendment to the one-part amendment. No objection. So ordered.
Okay.
Amendment carries. The one-part amendment is the speaker here to close or? Okay. So 1 minute recess until the mover of the amendment returns. 1 minute. This legislature is back in session. Speaker Wampat, you're recognized for your amendment as amended.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know there's a lot of discussion about the $54.5 million. The only one thing that is sure and I understand that payments being made already is the $4.5 million in the purchasing of the equipment to replace the equipment. However, we did get a breakdown of the USDOT Tiger grant and then the two USDA direct loan and loan guarantee. One of our biggest concern here is the crane, the purchase of the crane. And so my question then to you and the consultant is that based on your breakdown, there's nothing here to, of course, delineate or support, what we feel is very important to the port, and that is the purchase of the crane. So the language that we were looking at actually then, I'm not going to ask you the question, but the language that I'd like to proffer basically is to say that we would like a crane, one crane at least, to be purchased, or if possible even two, and then have you reprogram the other categories that you have here for your improvement project. And if that will you be able to do that? So that's the question. With the remaining $50 million.
Senator, the crane is budgeted. It's budgeted to purchase 3 used cranes, but it is in 1B, which is the subsequent phase. So we'll have to move money back equivalent to that into the first phase. So the 104.15 will increase by that amount that we move, and we can do the...
We understand that. We heard that, but we don't want to wait until that time.
Okay.
Here, because we're looking at something that is almost guaranteed, that, the loan, you would be able to pursue this loan. The further down the line is not a guarantee. That means you're going to have to go out there and seek these loans. You're going to have to compete for these loans, and that, and if not, then, you're going to go do your recovery or your charge to the military. But we're saying that we don't want to wait for that. We want to be able to do this now in phase 1A.
Okay.
So we want to be able to move it forward, fast forward it, and get it there.
Sure.
Because we know that without the cranes, then it would definitely impede the operations of the port. But then at the same time, our concerns, although there may be 2 others by Matson and Horizon, is that the people of Guam, in essence, the consumers, would be bearing the cost. And you stated in the MOU that there's no guarantees as well in terms of when that will be paid up, and if in fact then that would be discontinued. There's no guarantees there. The only one thing that we know that will be guaranteed here would be this $50 million USDA loan, but we want it to be that a portion of that monies would then be used for a crane. And I think that's the consensus of the legislature here, the body.
Yeah.
So, but I just we want to hear from you, because
Sure.
we're going to be able to. We have to craft the language to make sure that then other reprogramming can be done.
Okay. I think the concern is that the entire financial plan is based on the pieces that we have put in for the 54.5 and the 50 million in error. And that does not include the cranes because it was in 1B. Now, in order to keep the project consistent with what we have told USDA and what we are applying for the Tiger grant, actually it was supposed to go out today, but we are delaying it by a day or two. The we would have to increase the amount that you spend in 1A by the cost of the crane. So that means if the crane costs, two used cranes cost somewhere in the order of $9 or $10 million, then that would have to be somehow we'll have to say, okay, we're going to either borrow the funds or something else and bring it into that 1A phase. I think it would be very difficult to change the USDA financial plan given the time constraints. They wanted it by today, and we have bought ourselves a couple of days, and then the Arrow Grant is a hard deadline. What I would propose is if you could come up with an amendment which says that you direct the port to find the financing or funding to move that into 1A, then we can work on it and update the financial plan, within the next several weeks and make sure that it's all paid for, if I may suggest that, yeah.
Well, only one more thing, I'm sorry, is that in the packet, and that's on page 25 on your borrowing capacity. And 3.1.1, that your estimated borrowing capacity is approximately 57.9. So therefore, you are at 54.5. So there's not a lot of room, to be able to.
There would, if you borrow, there is that other $14 million for the cranes that have been approved. Now, if we want to use some of that money, then we'll have to rework the financial plan to include that as leverage. And then what that would mean is that we would have to increase the tariff slightly, not a lot, but slightly to pay that back in 20 years. If you know what I mean. So that's part of the dilemma here. If that's workable and then we look for something else later on for the remainder, then we can do that. But it would mean that we would have to, for the financial plan to be internally consistent with a 1.6 coverage ratio for repayment of debt capital, it would mean we'll have to adjust the tariff somewhat to pay for that. Yeah.
Senator, you recognize?
Nero, how in the application packet, either to the U.S. for the USDA loan or the Tiger Grant, how specific is that container cargo handling equipment? Does it break it down as tractor trucks, top lifters? Because container cargo handling equipment or cargo handling equipment could mean gantry cranes.
That is correct. But
and if we take a look at the amounts that are budgeted for cargo handling equipment, you've got about 5 million plus another 4 million. Actually, it rounds off to about just a little shy of 10 million.
Right. They have been specifically identified
as a top lifter versus a gantry crane?
Yes, the gantry crane is not in the Tiger Grant application or the Arrow Grant application, and we have enumerated, we are getting 5 top lifters and 24 this and so on. So they have been specifically identified.
All right, thank you.
I think, if I may suggest, I think the way you're going is a good one to get a crane in so you have negotiating position with Madsen Horizon, or to get control over your own apron, shipping apron. But if you can build in some flexibility to the port and direct us to move that to the front, then we can come back to you and give you, hey, this is the way we can do it, and this is how much, what the impact is.
All right, thank you.
That's correct, but
Any? Senator Tata, are you satisfied with the response? Okay. Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, one can understand our concern when it comes to this, and basically the concern is like, look, we're gonna say you can borrow $50 million, right? That pretty much caps out how much, 50 million for whatever it is, right? So that's okay, but that's the cap. That's as much as you can borrow anyway under the organic cap, correct?
No, our
Give or take?
capacity is 57.
Okay, 57, give or take. See, the problem is we've got this big plan, so we borrow 50, we get 50 million in grants, and then we have a plan to recover 100 million. Well, the only thing that we can pretty much guarantee is that we get the loan. There's no guarantee of the 50 million grant, and there's no guarantee of the $100 million in the future.
No, the loan is contingent upon the grant, Senator.
The loan is contingent upon the grant. So we're not going to go after we're not going to apply for the loan. Well, you've already got some of that loan already, right?
No.
We have $4.5 million that we've.
Yeah,
we have-
speaking to the mic, please.
Sorry, we have $4.5 million that we have approval for, and as we speak, we're looking to purchase equipment. We're applying for $50 million in 25 in direct, 25 in guaranteed with USDA. Those two loans are contingent upon. They have not given us the approval. They orally have said it looks good, but again, it's tied to the ARA grants. If we get the ARA grants, and they're saying if we don't get the ARA grants, then we've got a half-built bridge, if you will, and they're not going to fund it, so they won't give us the $50 million. That's basically what they're.
Okay. So then in that case, we're not going to get the loan unless we get the grant.
That's right.
Now, is there somewhere that it says that in writing?
First of all, we don't have the loan. Again, we applied for the loan.
Okay. No, I understand that. See, and here's our concern. Remember, like in a year from now, there's a pretty good shot that there's going to be a new board and a new director and a new direction for the port. Maybe, maybe not. But at the end of the day, if we're going to say this, I don't want to say that like, well, I had this phone conversation with USDOT and they said they're going to do this if we get this, if we get that. Look, the people of Guam need a little bit of protection. I mean, organically, we're capped at about 57 million for the port, right? Okay. Now, if nothing else happens, if we get no grants, if the military decides not to move Marines here, if everything else falls apart, we've got $54 million or $57 million that we can spend at the port, that we can borrow to spend at the port for the people of Guam.
That's correct.
I want to make sure, and I think the rest of us want to make sure, that there is a contingency plan in place that says, before we spend this $54 million on everything else, we take care of the absolute minimum that we need to for the people of Guam, which would be making sure that we have 3 new cranes, or that we have 3 cranes that we own at that port, because in 5 years, those cranes are no longer going to be usable. There has to be a new arrangement, correct?
That's correct.
So in that case, how could you allay our fears? Because and not allay our fears orally. I want to put it in writing, right? Let's come up with a plan so that if we don't get everything that we want, and like the whole $200 million, that the people of Guam still get what we need.
Yeah, we would have to come back to the drawing board, as we mentioned, and so we could, if you'd like that. I mean, we can't craft at this point in time. And the question, and the reason why I'm saying that is that, I mean, sorry, we should come back to you. We could come back to you and tell you what our implementation is. Our new strategy would be, because if we get just by chance they don't give us 50 million, say the ARA grant gives us 20 million, what do we do? So we would need to come back to you because we still won't have the loan because it's tied to the $50 million. And I mean, that's our push. So we'd have whatever the options are. We're going to have to come back to we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and then come back to you.
If I may add, a correction in that it's not accurate to say that the people of Guam would have 54.5 or 57 million, whatever, a borrowing capacity if the military does not come here, because that capacity is based on the ability to handle cargo at a higher volume and repay debt. So your borrowing capacity would be completely different. It'll be much lower. So just so you understand, I just wanted to make that clear.
Information on that.
Point of information.
Yeah, number one, just a point of information, Senator, which is the reason why I'm worried in the same vein that you are, or I'm concerned about the same vein you are, is that this $54 million, it's not an Organic Act limitation at all. It's a limitation based upon the rate structure at the port.
Well, if the military cargo does occur, and which it seems like it's 99.99% probability that it's coming, then it's a good representation.
But what I'm saying is that if the port wanted to increase tariffs by 300%, that would be the cash flow. Based upon that would be our borrowing capacity.
That is correct.
Right. So it's not. So the 54 million is not an Organic Act limit that we cannot exceed. Our borrowing capacity is defined by the cash flow and the revenue stream at the port. And that's why I'm concerned, because if the port decides, as I've voiced in the past, if the port decides after we approve this and we don't get any, the port decides to go to PUC and PUC says, oh yeah, we raised the power 50%, let's raise the tariffs 300% to support this plan, and we'll put in that rate and we're all stuck. So that's my concern.
I think that's where good management and discussions with the legislature, it's really important that you stick to your guns.
It's out of our hands.
Yeah, but
we have no determination, we have no power to stop at this moment, to stop any of that with regards to the port going to the PUC and saying, raise my tariffs this much, that's how much money I want to put in these improvements. So that's our concern.
Well, I understand your concern. I think you guys should figure out a way of reassuring yourselves between the two of you that, yeah, that's what you should do. That would be my suggestion. Yeah.
Before I recognize anybody else, he still has the floor unless...
I suppose I still have the floor, right?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're crafting, I'm crafting an amendment right now that hopefully will protect the people of Guam and protect our revenue source to do this. Because it's kind of hard when we have this big $200 million plan, and the way it is we're not even going to see that the first $100 million, and I want to explain this to the people of Guam that are watching at home so we understand where our thought process is, where my thought process is on this. The first $100 million, give or take, if I'm off by a couple million, please forgive me, but the first $100 million of this port plan doesn't purchase new cranes. It isn't until we go into phase 1B where we have the purchase of cranes, which is the second $100 million. And the difficulty is we know that in 5 years we have to deal with something to do with those cranes. Whether we buy them from Matson and Horizon, whether we buy new ones in China, whether we find used ones that we spent $30,000 having our consultants get on the internet and look for, one way or another, the people of Guam need 3 cranes that they own and they control. And so we want to make sure that happens, because Glenn, correct me if I'm wrong, but we can do anything we want at the port, but unless we have cranes to offload ships, we got no port. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that we do that so the people of Guam can always get the goods that we need through that port, and we have the equipment that we need to make sure we have them. So, Mr. Chair, I'll be working on that even as we speak. Thank you.
Senator Cruz, you're recognized, and then Senator Ada.
Just a quick question that we were talking about tariffs. I just got an email. Did the military have a contract rate that's different from the rates that's charged to private individuals?
No, sir. We charge the same rates to everybody. They have a contract with the shipper, yes. Not with us.
And so all the charges that are imposed on Joe Cruz from PD is charged to Joe Cunningham from,
The port charges.
Yes, the port charges are consistent. There's no deviation.
okay.
Thanks. Senator Ada, you're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the concern about, we put in $100 million worth of investments, and then on the second half of the game, the other $100 million that we're counting on does not come through for whatever reason. And it's that second $100 million that we're counting on to get the gantry cranes. And I'm wondering, I'm just thinking out loud, if maybe language in the bill to the effect that the port shall complete procurement processes for gantry cranes no later than December 2013, no later than December 2013. I think that a statement like that possibly then puts everyone on notice that you better come to the table. We know that those licenses expire in 2014. It's going to take you at least a year to, after you've sourced it and awarded a contract, to get it over here, get it installed, and replace the Pola cranes that are there now. And I just, I'm not sure if that language suitably gives comfort that, how we're going to do it between now and 2013. You certainly cannot award a contract unless you've got money, but at least begin the processes, begin thinking in that direction, and that we all know that that deadline is December 2013 or whatever that, I would say 1 year back from the expiration date of that license. And that is something that I guess I'll go ahead and I'll offer it as an amendment to add a new section that basically imposes that mandate. Again, the amendment will be that the port shall complete procurement processes, which means you go out for you put out an RFP or a bid, whatever that process goes. You make the reviews and the selections, and then in that process, somewhere between now and that 2013, you've got to find the money. It's right now, it's really kind of broad, but it gives a direction and a guideline. No later than, what's the expiration date? Is it April 2014?
Yes, it is.
So then I would probably say then no later than April of 2013 will be that deadline. Mr. Chairman, if we want to recess briefly so we can put that in writing, otherwise that in general is my my amendment.
3 minutes recess for the other amendment to be prepared and passed around. Another one. Legislature is back in session. Before I recognize Madam Speaker for the closing, Senator Argon would like to speak on your amendment as amended.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up question in this regard. Just so that I understand, because 2 days ago I had inquired about the USDA grant and about that and the ARA funding being tied at the hip. The information that I received and the understanding that I acquired at that time was that it's tied at the hip because there's a $100 million plan. But if we don't get the ARA funds, then we will get the USDA loan. Now I'm hearing otherwise, that the USDA loan is contingent on the ARA funds, and at the end of the day, we don't get the ARA, we're zeroed out. Is that correct?
That's correct. They said that they will, the $50 million USDA loan will not be approved. That's because it's tied to the ARA grant.
I know this is like asking a question after the fact, but why would you want to restrict yourself to presenting a $100 million plan with two separate mechanisms of financing and not having them secured, rather than presenting them in phases and say, okay, USDA, we've got a $100 million plan, but we're looking at incremental phases. First phase would be $50 million if we acquire the funding. The second phase would be the additional expenditure, the additional $50 million if we acquire ARA funds, and then all the way up to 206 or 207, whatever the final figure is. So,
yeah, the
are you going to say because you want to be credible, accountable, and transparent? I just heard that comment for some odd reason in the hallway, but anyways, it's a question that I have. It's a question that I have only because when you're presenting plans in this particular case, unless you have the secured funding, you know, you have the ability to go out and borrow $100 million and you work on a $100 million plan. Otherwise, if you have the ability to borrow $25 million and you go for a 25 phased in.
Yeah. Well, you know, let's talk about the USDA loan, okay? So when you go for a loan, you have to show that you have enough collateral and ability to repay. Okay. Now the problem
as a former banker, I understand.
The ability to repay depends on the ARA grant or $50 million, which is not borrowed, so that we don't obligate you to things that you should not be obligated. So the whole $104.2 million hangs together in order to preserve that ability to repay. So if the ARA grant is not granted, then if you can replace, or we can all replace it with, say, DOD money or something, then it'll still hang together, okay? But at this point, there's no plan. The ARA is it, and we are cautiously optimistic that we'll get it.
I think it more or less is a board decision and a management decision in terms of how this was approached. And I just wanted to get a better understanding as to why it was broken up in that fashion, rather than, I mean, we have an amendment before us, Mr. Chairman, that says, by the way, if you don't get your ARA funding of the additional $50 million, you come back to the drawing board and we reconsider your overall master plan. Now, if it was phased in, then that would not be necessary because it would have been incrementally implemented in different phases based on the ability to acquire whatever funding resources are out there. So, you know, I just wanted to ask that general question, but we've already hammered the issue repeatedly over the course of the last 3-4 days.
No,
so
I think
let me just close with this, and I thank you for not regurgitating what I was saying a little earlier. But this idea about credibility, accountability, and transparency, it's a big issue. Thank you.
I just know that I may have to come back in front of you guys.
There being no further speak on the one-part amendment as amended. Speaker Wampat, would you like to close on your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, just to make sure, though, that because as I looked at Senator Ada's amendment, who's amended my amendment, and there was another amendment, just to make sure that the word is from may to shall. That's the primary correction there. And the other is that, you know, I know that the senator and I spoke about the organic growth portion, where they're saying it wasn't even mentioned in the plan, although it is mentioned, and just because it showed up on the phase 3 or phase 2, you know, doesn't necessarily mean that. But I think the language is much stronger in the sense that which everyone has discussed, is that the important thing is that the monies, the 54.5 will actually not be associated with the military buildup, and that it's more really for organic growth. So it's saying the same thing, but a little bit more specific. So I do support that, and I hope my colleagues would support the main amendment as amended. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the one part main amendment as amended, Senator Pangilinan? Yeah.
What happens if the military gets smart and then they decide to designate all those Marines as Navy men?
The Marines will never allow that.
Any objection to that? No objection? So ordered. The next amendment, Senator Rector, you recognize. I think your amendments have been passed out. And then after you, then Speaker Ben, and then Senator Ada.
Thank you.
For new amendments.
I've got lots of amendments passed out. And just to follow up on the discussion I have, the amendment passed out says to add a new section to the bill. I would like to add this amendment that says, notwithstanding any other provisions of law, the Port Authority of Guam shall first hold a minimum of $30 million from the first loan disbursement it receives. Said revenue shall be used exclusively for the purpose of purchasing and not leasing or renting new or used cranes adequate to meet the needs of the Port Authority of Guam in a manner that is compliant with all laws, rules, and regulations of the government of Guam. Once a purchasing agreement has been approved by the legislature, said reserve fund shall be released. And so I proffer that amendment.
Any speaker to that amendment?
Can I speak on it?
Oh, okay. I thought
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And like, because we whipped this up fairly fast, I would appreciate any help from my colleagues to, in any amendments they have to it, so that we really cover it. We just want to make sure that when we have money, we spend the money as we need it. And one thing that we need to do is make sure that we have these cranes in place. Once we have everything in place, and we receive the other $200 million and the full funding, then this money can be released. But I worry if we borrow the money and then we spend it all before we have cranes in place and then nothing else comes, we're left holding the bag. We're in the same situation we are now, where some foreign corporation controls our port basically because they control the cranes. So henceforth my amendment. Thank you.
On the Rector amendment, Senator Ogden, and then Senator Ada, and then Senator Ben.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think Mr. Chairman, there's an underlying concept here, and I'm sure the management as well as the consultants are very much aware of what the premise of this amendment is. And that is to ensure that when the existing agreement for the use of the 3 cranes expire, that we have a serious option, not only option on the table, but that we have ownership of the necessary number of cranes, so that in fact there's no distraction or disturbance in terms or hindrance in the operations of the port in providing services. I do have concerns though about the imposition and the set-aside requirement of $30 million, because looking at your application, the USDA loan application has been submitted, correct? And most likely will be approved contingent on a few conditions. One, possibly the submission of an approved in totality master plan, which is what we're here to discuss. And the other component we just discussed earlier about the ARA funding, the acquisition of the ARA funding. Now, is there any portion of that submission, those document submissions, that reflect a set-aside or a presentation that part of the proceeds will be utilized to finance the purchase or the lease arrangement of cranes?
No, they do not. There are 2 concerns I have with that, Senator. One is when you put the financial plan together, you have to demonstrate a minimum coverage ratio for debt payment, debt service, every year of the loan through until you repay it. So in the front end of that cash flow curve, if you set aside money for something else other than debt service, then if your ratio drops below what they stipulate, then if they see that that's going to happen, they won't give you the loan, or there'd be concerns, okay? The other concern is if you take money out of free cash flow and then pay for the cranes, then you're subsidizing the 1B rather than getting it from federal loans and capital recovery charges. Right now, that's the way it's structured. So $30 million will move to Guam's column as a contribution because it's your money, because you're making money on your port. So that would be something to think about. That's all. Those are two things. And it would not be consistent with the financial plan as we have submitted to the USDA right now, nor the ARA grant that we'd be submitting. So those are two concerns for your consideration.
And I'd like
yes.
to point out one more concern is that both the USDA and the ARA grants are ARA stimulated, and so we have to spend that by with the ARA requirements is we have to spend the money by February 17, 2012. The USDA requirement would be we have to encumber the money by February 17, 2012.
Yeah, but then it goes back to the question whether in fact the application submitted reflects the possibility or the flexibility to procure cranes as part of the
No, it does not
expansion.
at this point in time. We would have to change it.
And
Yeah,
really, that's where my reservation comes from this, and that's why I premised some of my initial statements about, do you understand exactly what the underlying concern is here? Because I absolutely agree with the sponsor of this amendment that that's an issue that remains pending, and to invest or even to go out and acquire $54 million in proceeds through a loan process and acquire an additional $50 million without at least ensuring that there's a mechanism in place so that come the conclusion of that existing agreement, there will be 3-4 cranes operating at the Port Authority that is under the ownership of the Port Authority of Guam and the people of Guam. And I certainly support that issue and that concept as it relates to any expansion of the port and any investment of anywhere from $50 to $100 million or even up to $206 million. We need to incorporate that into the process somewhere along the master planning component so that in fact, yes, I know that 2017, 2018, there's a refurbishment component or possibly acquisition of cranes, but then it goes back into investing $100 million, and then in 5 years, 4 years, when the agreement expires, the people of Guam may be SOL only because it's not incorporated as part of the initial planning to formulate and to formalize really the acquisition of the necessary cranes for the continual operation of the port. So I hope you understand where, at least how I view this amendment, because conceptually I wholeheartedly support it. It's a major issue that should be addressed and needs to be addressed within the foreseeable near future, but I do have some concerns, though, about the set-aside requirement as being proposed by this amendment of $30 million when it, in fact, was not part of the budgetary or the documentary submissions to the USDA, as well as what will be submitted for the ARA funding. So that's where my reservation comes from that, but please understand that this is an issue that has to be addressed by the Port Authority within a reasonable time frame. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator, you recognize on the Rector amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have reservations with this particular amendment simply because by setting aside, and I think Nira has already kind of explained it, but by setting aside and reserve $30 million over the next, and I presume that this process could take up to a couple of years, we're basically going to be putting on hold $30 million worth of projects because we do not have funds that will be available to back up we would not have funds available for these projects that were identified earlier to be funded. And so I seriously have objections. I object to this amendment, because then now we have thrown in a roadblock to $30 million worth of projects that need to get started and moving.
Thank you for that. Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized for the on the Rector amendment, sir? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I know Senator Rector asked for any help he can get on this amendment. The help I'm going to offer is I'm going to object to it.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, I just received your amendment. If I can have the floor for a second, I'll withdraw my amendment because I think his does a better job at covering the same issue.
Senator Rector, you're going to withdraw your amendment?
Yes.
Any objection? No objection.
Thank you.
You still have the, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Real Chairman, I mean, how you want to go this, we have to finish with all his amendment and all your amendment, for example, or one amendment at a time?
It was his turn to offer an amendment. So then now the next one on the line, one on the list then.
Okay. So at this time then I recognize Senator Ben is the next in line, and then Senator Ada, and then after that there's no more.
Well, I have two amendments, then you got to go back to him because he has more than one.
Okay, so you got the number 2.
Okay.
Senator, Speaker
Thank you very
Pangilinan?
much. The amendment I'd like to offer is to add a new section to the bill that would read then, and we hope that this kind of resolves some of the issue while maintaining flexibility for the port in terms of how he's going to address it. I hope you guys got a copy. Basically, it reads, if the Port Authority of Guam does not get the ARA funding, it shall return to the legislature for approval of an adjusted master plan based on a maximum expenditure level of $54,500,000, which shall include the purchase of 2 new cranes. And we're saying $54 million because even though we keep saying the USDA said you're not going to get it without the ARA funding, we just don't know. And so you still want to do some modernization. And so we know that your borrowing capacity is 54, maybe with the additional 50 improvement built in or without, or a different tariff level. So we're just going to say 54 million would be the maximum for an adjusted master plan if you don't get the ARA funding. So you come back and say, this is what I would use, or it could be, you could say we can only afford a $20 million improvement, and these are the most critical and crucial to port improvement, if we only had 20 million, but you'd adjust the master plan as you submit it. And then it says, if the Port Authority secures the ARA not ARA, and I guess it's ARA/Tiger grants and a USDA loan, then Phase 1, Stage 1A and Stage 1B shall include the purchase of 2 new cranes. And again, it could be you could supplement the funding for that. Two cranes, two gantry cranes. And then you could then supplement funding for that, or it could just come from your increase in revenue stream and the efficiencies built in, because now you have better equipment, better efficiencies, and so forth. So you could find, possibly support the purchase of cranes outside even of the grant, or you could modify your grant requests afterwards. You'd have a couple of years in the implementation of that stage to plan for that and develop the plan and execute it. And then it adds, no other loan or additional rate increase may be requested by the Port Authority of Guam without an executed capital recovery charge agreement as discussed in Part 3.3 of the revised August 3rd, 2009 report, and specifically in the financial plan. So that you can go all the way up to the 50 million plus the 54. But so if you get those, you can't go to the next 106 if you don't have an executed agreement for capital recovery charge. But if you get those grants from the 106, then you can go ahead because you won't need a capital recovery charge. So it allows you the phase in and the flexibility to do the 104, if you can, put in a crane in either an adjusted master plan or stage 1 and 2, A and B. But if you don't, and then you apply for your 106, which is the additional grants that you're looking for, that the military has committed. They're going to do all they can to help us put it there. But if you don't get that grant, then you can't go and borrow 106 without a capital recovery charge tariff in place. And that's really basically your plan anyway. Right. So that would be my amendment, ladies and gentlemen.
Any speaker on the Pangalinan's amendment? Senator Tata, you recognize, and then Senator Agon.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the amendment. However, I would like to make proffer an amendment to the amendment to kind of tighten things up. And some of these are well, so if I may, the first amendment to the amendment would read on that first line, if the Port Authority of Guam delete the words does not get and substitute it with the phrase is unable to secure. And again, it's more wordsmithing. So that would be, you know, I'm not sure how to approach this, but I would like to maybe ask for a couple minutes recess. I want to get with counsel so that she can then basically put my amendment in writing.
2 minutes recess. No, but it's still better than one. second session. Senator Alda is still on the Pangilinan amendment. Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment to the amendment has been passed out, and now the amended language would read as follows. If the Port Authority of Guam is unable to secure, and delete the phrase does not get, ERA funding for the financing of the master plan by January 2010, it shall return to the legislature for approval of an amended master plan, which shall include the purchase of 2 gantry cranes, period. If the Port Authority of Guam secures the ERA and Tiger grants and the USDA loan, then Phase 1, Stage 1A and 1B shall include the purchase of 2 gantry cranes, and such gantry cranes shall be purchased no later than 2012. And then it reads further, no other loan or additional rate increase may be requested for funding of the master plan by the Port Authority of Guam without an executed capital recovery charge agreement. So that, Mr. Chairman, is my amendment to the Pangilinan amendment.
Senator Tyler, have you raised your hand to? Okay then. So any objection to the other amendment to the Pangilinan amendment? Senator Spodon, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a question for Nira up there. And I guess it involves the line where it says such cranes shall be purchased no later than 2012. Nira, Phase 1A, right, is supposed to run from the year 2010 to 2012. Is that a
13?
Early 2012.
Early 2012.
February.
Okay. I guess now that you're seeing this amendment, let's see, shall include the purchase of at least 2 purchase. I guess the question becomes this: if we're talking about that Phase 1 is going to cost us $100 million, in essence, 1A, going to cost us $104 million, right? And that amount in Phase 1 does not include the purchase of the gantry cranes, right? Then I'm not really sure that, and again, I'm just trying to figure out, can we reconcile this recommendation or this requirement to purchase 2 cranes by 2012, no later than 2012, knowing full well that the purchase of the cranes really wasn't going to be implemented until Phase 1B, right, which begins 2012 and runs through 2013 or 14, whatever, 14.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, I'm just
Okay.
trying to say,
I think-
is there a conflict here in terms,
Yeah.
or is, an overlap in which this might not be able to happen?
I think this would be on the basis that until that occurs, you would operate in the current fashion that you are, where you're using, the Matson Horizon cranes, as long as those are there. If they're not there, then that's a problem, but they are there.
No, but
So
I'm
you-
saying, if you,
yeah.
Nira, I'm just going to interrupt you right now, because if you take a look at the amendment, and I believe it's in front of you. Do you have a copy in front of you?
This is the one, right? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines down, you have this underlined portion that reads, and such cranes shall be purchased no later than 2012.
Right.
Bottom line, at least in my mind, it seems to say that we would have to commit some funds prior to 2012, right, to be able to purchase it no later than 2012. In other words, no later than 2012.
2012.
And again,
right.
how we read no later than means that probably by, and I'm not really sure, it could mean to read that by 2012, January 2012, we have to have purchased a crane, or by December 31st, we should have.
Yeah.
And so there is there a gray area there in terms of
I think
defining that period before, would it be January or December?
yeah, I think that it should be the attorney.
Can we take a 1-minute recess, Mr. Chair, just so we can get legal clarification?
Yeah. I think the way I would interpret it is December 31st. Yeah. 2012.
Oh, you got a plan to make it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but but the question then becomes the issue of funding,
Yeah.
right? I mean, there's a requirement to go ahead and purchase this, right? You must purchase these cranes by this date. And I was just told by my colleagues that they will proffer an amendment to define the time in 2012 and specific times for which we would have to buy the cranes by. But in terms of the funding requirement to go out and purchase cranes by a certain date, do you think that this would have to encumber the funds of the $104 million for Phase 1A? Or, I mean, in other words, we're required to do something when we have no funds that are committed yet for the second round of financing.
Yeah, but see, we have been all along saying that the second project, or 1B,
1B.
and the purchase of the crane should not be based on leverage, on borrowing. So that has to come out of other things,
Right.
Which the
Which
capital
we're hoping
recovery
will
charge
come
or
from
federal funding.
agencies, federal money.
Yeah,
But right now, we're saying we don't have that guarantee.
we don't have that
So
guarantee.
by imposing that it's mandatory that you buy something with no guarantee, would that not present a hardship?
It puts the onus on the port to focus on getting that federal funding in place, and all the capital recovery charges, that agreement in place by that time frame. That's the way I read that. So it does give a sense of urgency to them, but that's like 3 years from now, right? So it gives them 3 years to go through that process, which I think is reasonable. So
Okay. Yeah, and I just wanted to raise that concern because
Sure,
I don't want to have to pass something and
Yeah,
then it turns out
it's a
unreasonable
straitjacket,
and
yeah.
it puts us in a whole different quandary because
Right.
there are no dedicated funds right now and there is no guaranteed
No.
funding
and
for
there's-
any cranes.
Mhm. And the borrowing capacity is limited by the earliest sentence there, so they have to figure out how they're going to do this within that framework.
Okay. Now, as an engineer, the other question I need to ask is that there's only X amount of feet of rail for gantry cranes at the port.
Okay.
How many cranes can you fit at the port maximum?
That's a very good question. It does, if you bring in an additional 3 cranes, it becomes an issue that needs to be resolved. So you would have to figure out, you will still have the obligation to let the Matson Horizon cranes stay there. So there may be some additional expenses of extending something or getting it off that and putting it on another set of rails or something. That's still to be ironed out if that's the eventuality. But it does create some operational problems, most likely, which have to be addressed. But it's a micro issue in
Right.
terms of trying to resolve that.
Okay. Well, again, I'm just wondering, and I'm worried that we know that there is a time-specific ending for the lease of the rails to the Matson Horizon cranes, correct? It's a 5-year term on that lease.
That's my understanding. Somebody said April 20th of 2014.
14, something
yeah.
like this. Okay, if we purchase cranes
Mhm.
by December 31st, let's say, for example, of 2012,
Right.
right, how long would it take to put those cranes? I guess the question was, does it make the most economic sense if we have to purchase by 2012, knowing full well that the rail agreement does not expire until 2014?
Mm-hmm.
if we have to buy it by 2012, then it would probably be most economically feasible to put those cranes to use as soon as possible.
The new cranes, the ones you purchased.
The one we were expecting you to purchase.
Right.
Correct? Is that the correct statement? That as soon as we
That
buy it,
would-
we might as well put it up.
Mhm.
And that's why I have to ask a question: how many cranes can we actually situate on that wharf?
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's engineering / operational problem-solving situation that you had to come up with a solution,
But it
but
can
it's
be done.
manageable.
And with the hardening, I would suppose, of the piers itself and all the improvements that are going to happen, will the strength of the port, the dockside, be able to handle
Yes.
that amount of cranes?
Yeah, that's not an issue, except that you need space between two cranes when
Right.
you operate, a minimum spacing.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so in order to get to the right hold in the ship and unload your cargo, you would need to figure out a solution that where these cranes don't get in the way. That's
So
all.
it could potentially pose some kind of engineering challenge to put extra cranes onto the port, right, alongside the 3 existing cranes from Matson Horizon, and then plus the 2.
Yeah, it's engineering-wise, it's not a challenge. Operational, I don't want to call it a challenge, but it sounds like it's insurmountable. I
No,
think,
not
yeah,
really, not
yeah.
necessarily.
But
It can be.
from an operational standpoint, you have to figure out a solution. Correct.
Okay.
But there are ways of doing that. Some ships don't use container cranes, like we are unloading a lot of barges. So if you put these over there and figure something out, somebody needs to study it. Our folks will have to look at it and come up with a solution.
In your estimation, if we were to go, and again, I know we were talking about this the other day in terms of the task order and whatnot, but if we were to go and purchase and refurbish and install refurbished
Mhm.
cranes, what do you predict, or at least estimate the cost to be per crane
Well,
put in place?
Yeah, I believe in when it did the master plan estimate, we put in as a budget number about $4 to $4.5 million a crane.
That's
so-
landed and installed.
Yes, correct. This would be in 2008 dollars, I think. So it may have escalated some,
probably
but
go up.
in that order of magnitude, and that's what we transferred to the Phase 1B and escalated it and put it in place as the
At what
budget.
cost? At what projected cost?
We just took the master plan amount of some $4.5 million,
Okay.
escalated it according to the
Future-
construction escalation
Right.
figures, and then put it in $2010 in the budget.
And what did that come out to per crane?
I would have
Roundabout.
to
I mean,
look
it doesn't
at
have to be
that.
exact.
Okay.
Are we talking maybe from 4.5?
It didn't go.
and we
It
talking
doesn't.
about
I mean,
6?
the escalation rate over 2 years is about 4.8% a year. No, that's a different escalation.
Okay, so I mean, say if we could
Different,
talk about maybe
cost of living or something. Yeah.
about $5.5 million per crane installed.
Yeah, in that order of
$2,010.
magnitude.
I mean,
yeah.
somewhere. I mean, if we're using that
Used
kind of
crane.
A used crane, right?
Right.
Do you anticipate anything other than a used crane? I mean, do you anticipate perhaps a new crane?
I think there was some discussion about going for one new crane, and I don't know what the port's directions would be to us, but
Okay.
our advice would be definitely to identify used cranes because they'll be less expensive.
Right. And they should
And-
serve they should have a life of what, about 15 years maybe?
More than
If
that,
not longer, if we
you
maintain
put
it?
that kind of money, we would usually use a depreciation schedule of at least 20 years. Say 20 years would be, I think, in fact, that's probably what we used in our financial analysis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Glenn, I'm going to ask you, right now, the way it has the amendment will call for that the port purchase 2 gantry cranes, right? And I would imagine that this is anticipation that at the end of the 5-year rail agreement with the shippers and their cranes, that we would then replace those cranes with our own cranes, whether we buy it offline and install it ourselves, or we are perhaps in a situation where we can purchase their cranes as is. Are 2 cranes enough? I mean, knowing full well that this body's intent is really not to have anybody own the cranes except the Port Authority of Guam. In other words, so my question is, right now it demands 2. I'm trying to figure out whether we should change the language to say at least 2. In other words, if there is a need for 3, or even if we see that there might be 4, right, then you have that flexibility.
Yeah, the master plan calls for 4 cranes. If we purchase 2, we'll have two existing cranes. We obviously don't want gantry 2 at this point in time because it's actually served its useful life, and it's going to cost. We don't know. We're getting that figure as we speak.
That's right. You'd like to replace gantry 2 because it's costing us more
Right.
than really it's worth.
Right.
I mean, as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've spent how many millions of we've spent millions of dollars just in terms of maintenance and repair for
That's
this
correct.
crane. So it seems like it's time to junk it and get something that won't cost as much maintenance-wise.
Right, and then
Right.
if we purchase 2 cranes, then we'll have the third crane, the Subic crane. So that gives us 3 cranes to operate, and
But the Subic crane, who does the Subic crane belong to?
the contract that we have with Matson, it belongs to Matson, but the contract we have with them is as soon as we bring a new crane, then that crane.
Right, which
Purchases,
brings
comes to us.
another question then, that if, as soon as we purchase a new crane, then
Well,
we
just
get
a crane.
that crane. Now, does a refurbished crane constitute a new crane? In other words, a new addition to the port? Or are we talking a new crane, brand new, that has not been used before?
Right. My reading of the contract, and I'm not an attorney, but it just says once we get a gantry crane, then the Subic crane becomes ours for $1 or something.
Once we get a gantry crane.
Okay.
But and again, I remember this from past conversations with various port officials, that we're not sure, right? Does a new crane or a refurbished crane put onto the port constitute a new crane because it's a new addition to the port? Or are we talking about a crane that is factory built, put in, because it has not been used before? And I think we need clarification on this.
I think it's written gantry crane. It doesn't say new crane.
It does. It just says a gantry crane.
So it's the same language we have here, and it's basically once we get 2 cranes, or once we get a crane, then the Subic crane becomes ours. I think or we get the first option of a refusal for $1 or some minimal amount, nominal amount. Sorry.
That's a Subic crane, right?
Correct.
And what condition is that in? In other words, what do you believe is the useful life? Are we ready to junk that as well? Or, I mean, going forward, knowing full well the unloading capacity that we're going to need at the port?
It's in far better condition than gantry 2.
Yeah, it doesn't say much, though. I mean,
and we are using it as we speak. I mean, if you want to have Rick better talk to that, we can do that.
That might
or
be
John.
worth it, because again, now we're coming to the issue of how many cranes we're really going to require, if we're going to require you to go down this road. Because in the end, if we come in and say, okay, you need to buy 2 cranes, and more for the underlying purpose that we own these cranes and we're in control of the docks, does that require Matson and Horizon to pull their cranes out, and then we're stuck with 2 refurbished cranes as opposed to 3 that are operating now under the Matson Horizon, and then we have 2 cranes, which is crane 2 and the Subic Bay crane, which may not be able to carry its own weight. In other words, are we shorting ourselves in terms of what we're asking you to do?
I think if you don't have access to the Matson Horizon cranes, which is what the scenario is, then you would need 4
okay.
cranes.
We would need it.
At the peak, for the peak cargo conditions.
Okay.
So you may not use all those 4 cranes day in and day out, but when the cargo peaks, you need the cranes.
Okay.
So I think if it was our advice, it would be to say that, and I'm with Glenn in that, to say that it would be the Subic crane, which is gantry 3, plus 3 cranes.
Okay.
Because
and
those are more dependable. And the first crane, I understand, is it breaks down
that's
more
crane
and
2.
more now.
Right.
Gantry 2.
Gantry crane 2.
Gantry
2.
Yeah.
Right. Basically, it's kind of like it's ready to be retired. Rick, can you speak to that? Is that true?
That's true, Senator. Currently, even with the Madsen Horizon vessel, they can discharge the vessel and turn it around within 24 hours with using only 2 of the polar cranes. So the timing of getting 2 cranes, whether it's refurbished or new, is that we get rid of gantry 2, we're bringing 2 gantries. So when we purchase a gantry, the agreement with that time Seal and APL for the Subic crane is we now legally own gantry number 3, which is referred to as Subic crane. So we can conceivably run an efficient operation with 3 cranes for the organic growth, but if we really need an additional crane, then that's further out.
Okay.
But right now we can work the both Madsen and Horizon vessel as without extensive military cargo using only 2. The idea is you have to have cranes down at a certain point in time to do maintenance.
Right. Okay. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that answer. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to proffer an amendment to the amendment. And on that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We have to. We have to dispose of the other amendment first.
I'm making an amendment to the other amendment.
No,
Can
but the
I
other
do that?
amendment is to the Pangilinan
Oh, we have
amendment.
to dispose of it first and then make the amendment afterwards?
Yes, sir. And if you like to do that, then of course I would mark you down as the next speaker for
Okay,
the Pangilinan amendment then.
Thank you. I appreciate the procedural insight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
No other
so
questions.
Espoldo. At this point, I'd like to recognize.
Mr. Chairman, a point of information.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify because I believe that if there is amendment being proffered, you could actually make an amendment to the amendment only once, bottom line. And so what I'm asking is to make an amendment to this amendment.
See, the other amendment.
Mr. Chair, just for the sake that we can get the procedural, can we just take a 30-second just to make sure that we're in order? I mean, because there seems to be a difference of opinion right here on the floor amongst us, whether I can actually make an amendment right now or if I have to wait until this amendment is disposed of.
1 minute recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
See, Recognize on the other amendment to the main amendment of Pangilinan Amendment.
And I want to make amends with you, Mr. Chair, and apologize for the delay. But actually, it's a very simple amendment that I would like to make to Senator Ada's amendment. And that's basically to include two words on line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On line 6, where it says purchase of 2 gantry cranes, I would like to insert the words at least between the word of and to, so that it shall read now with the amendment to shall include the purchase of at least 2 gantry cranes. And the reason for this amendment is I don't want to limit the ability of the port to make the right determination on what really is the right number of cranes that we should have down there to just 2, when in fact we might need 3 or 4.
Okay.
So but at the very base level, they are required to purchase 2, if not more. And that's the purpose for that amendment.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr.
On
Chair.
the Espaldon amendment to the other amendment, no objections ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tairagwe, I understand you on the other amendment. On the other amendment to the Pangilinan Amendment. So not yet.
Actually, Mr. Chair, thank you. My amendment basically will probably, one of them is on the ADA amendment with regards to a date, to specify a date. I have some reservations with regard to the time period and would like to address this in an amendment to give a specific time, and that is on the third to the last line where he has a date, as such cranes shall be purchased no later than 2012. I would like to make an amendment to say no later than December 31st, 2012.
Any objection to the?
Okay.
Senator Argon, remark on the Tairagwe amendment to the
Thank you
other
very
amendment.
much, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely don't oppose the proposed amendment to the amendment. I support it, but I'm trying to match the timelines that are being discussed, that have been discussed over the course of the last several minutes. Now, April 20, 2014 is when the agreement expires between Matson/Horizon and the Port Authority of Guam. Now, we're going to procure 2 additional gantry cranes at a minimum by December 31st, 2012. What happens in the interim? I mean, are we gonna have those 2 cranes landed and ready to operate, and in the meantime we have 3 operating cranes? So in actuality, by 2012, by January or by February 2013, we may literally conceivably have anywhere from 4 to 5 cranes readily operable at the Port Authority of Guam. Is that what may happen here?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Senator. You mean to say...
Okay, the agreement between Matson and Horizon
Right.
concludes, it's my understanding, with the Port Authority of Guam on April 20, 2014. The acquisition, there's going to be a requirement here to acquire 2 gantry cranes. I mean, obviously, there's no exclusive or restriction in terms of acquiring any of the existing cranes that are at the port right now. But if the Port Authority chooses to procure or purchase 2 additional gantry cranes above and beyond the 3 that are operating at the Port Authority of Guam right now by December 31st, 2012, where would you place them?
Would that...
Where would you locate them?
Oh, yeah, that was the same,
Yeah.
I think Senator Espaldon had the same concern.
Right, but then was it responded to?
And the response was that it is an operational / engineering issue that is that needs to be solved, and it is manageable. Being able to solve that in order to take care of business. That was the way we left it. But it is
So
it is
the
an
decision
issue.
of the Port
There is
Authority
no
of Guam
question.
was to go out and procure 2 additional gantry cranes by December 31st, 2012, and have them installed shortly thereafter, possibly as part of the arrangement. Then the reality is that you will have 2 additional gantry cranes above and beyond what you presently have.
That is correct. If you don't purchase it from Matson and Horizon, you go purchase
Right.
it on your own, then you know 2 additional gantry cranes, and it's crowded, no question, but it's something which needs to be addressed in an operational / engineering solution to that, which would be part of that it has to be part of that purchase of where you're going to put it and secure it and so on.
I guess the reason why I'm asking this question, Mr. Chairman, is, I mean, if there's any
I understand.
suggestion or recommendation in terms of further modifying this amendment so it doesn't restrict the port, but it also addresses the concerns of the amendment movers, then now's the time to do it, other
Right,
than
I
to
understand, yeah.
constrain.
No, my suggestion is to leave it in the port's operational engineering hands to come up with a solution. And also, it also deals with then working out the exact date of the cutover with Matson and Horizon, if that's the way we are going. So there is a lot of flexibility here, which they can exercise depending on circumstances at that time.
Let me give you one good example in terms of terminology. We're looking at December 31st, 2012. If you notice, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to stick with the amendment to the amendment. But then the language here is to purchase 2 gantry cranes. In today's world, there are other options available, such as lease to own, such as outright purchase.
Yes.
Now, this language would require the outright purchase of
That's
a
the way
gantry
I
crane.
would, yeah.
And looking at it from a semi-business perspective, I would step back and say, would you consider possibly modifying the language, the verbiage, so that in fact it provides that flexibility to the Port Authority of Guam to look and explore other options that may be available? Because the intent here is to ensure that the port continues to operate and that the people of Guam eventually own the cranes. And if that's the case, then a lease arrangement could be conceivably one option available. A lease to own, whereby all of the maintenance costs could conceivably still belong to the individual that is contracted to provide that particular crane. But then I'm not hearing that request for flexibility in the language. It's an outright purchase, period. But that's the semi-business perspective in terms of looking at a language that will be codified, will be in law, that the Port Authority of Guam, you don't have the flexibility to lease. You don't have the flexibility to lease to own if this is passed the way it is. The requirement is that you purchase and you own outright by December 31st, 2012, 2 gantry cranes.
Yeah.
So I guess that's really my concern, Mr. Chairman. I certainly support December 31st, 2012 in terms of the outright purchase, but in terms of looking at it from the business perspective, that flexibility really should be part of the equation. And I'm not hearing that request coming from the port representative. So I just want to...
you're right on in that, under certain circumstances, it may be less expensive to lease because, the owner depreciates it off their taxes. But I guess when I saw that, I was thinking of that, but I said, well, if the port gets to that point, it's a matter of coming back and to the legislature and saying we are complying with the spirit of the law, give us a waiver at that time, rather than trying to put the language in, because once you say lease, then it opens another other avenues which you then are trying to say, if the lease is with Matson and Horizon, as an example, that opens up other analytical issues which you want to thrash through and everything. So chances are at this point, if they don't take ownership in some way from the Matson Horizon folks, they're going to buy it. Chances are. That's what normally happens in these situations, because it's a refurbished crane.
Well, looking at the December 31st, 2012 timeline, then obviously this process has to be initiated no later than the close of 2010.
Oh, yeah.
To be able to secure the gantry cranes on the required date. So in terms of flexibility, really, the time to amend any proposal is now in terms of looking at ensuring that the proper flexibility is provided to the Port Authority of Guam, but that the end objective and goals of this body is met, that it belongs ultimately to the people of Guam. And if a lease arrangement or a lease to own arrangement with all of the maintenance being absorbed by the seller of the gantry crane remains as part of their responsibility, then I think that would be a great approach in terms of providing the flexibility in conjunction with the possibility of just outright purchase. So I wanted to share that perspective because, I mean, we've got to hear from you in terms of what you would like that would ultimately comply with what we envision how things should pan out.
I think it does restrict the port, but I took it in the spirit in which it was proposed, in that there would be communications, if there is, as another example is the PMC proposes to bring their own cranes, then that fulfills the spirit of what you're trying to do, It's not likely, but you never know with these things. So I think it's really important to work those things out, to be flexible as you go along.
I understand you're also possibly trying to expedite the eventual adoption of this measure, so I understand that perspective also.
I mean, you're welcome to try to come up with some language, but all I'm saying is if you get into those other areas, then you have to look at all the possibilities and try to put verbiage to reassure yourselves that, it's going where you want it to go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Taragui, you still have the floor on the. Okay, so you're done. Senator Tadea, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly have no objection to the amendment, the Taragui amendment, but I would just like to speak on that 2012 date, though. And I know the question has come up twice about what are we going to do with all these cranes on the wharf. But I mean, without getting in, my gosh, if we have to think of the details, for the port to figure out that, first of all, my understanding is that you got 3 Pola cranes there that are there under a license agreement that doesn't expire until 2014. Is that correct? And so you're stuck with those three cranes. And so it's really it would be a bad business decision to order, to award the contract and have it delivered 12 months in advance and to have it just parked there. So, one would have to think that logically, when the procurement process is put out, that you're going to time the delivery of the cranes so that as you take, as one comes in, you take one down, put that one on, have the next crane come in. But, I don't think the legislature needs to micromanage and think out those details. That's why we have a general manager. That's why we have consultants such as PB to figure out those details. I think from a policy standpoint, we're just saying by December 31st, 2012, you should have completed and signed an award for the purchase for acquiring a crane. Now that gives you a good 16 months to then figure out. I mean, it may be that refurbished crane, that crane that's acquired, needs to go through refurbishment. It needs to be shipped over here. It needs to be installed. So certainly 16 months gives you a lot of time. But I think the importance of also putting some time, certain date in there, is it sends a very strong message to Matson and Horizon that there's a real serious concern. We need to come to the table, sit down, and start discussing these issues. And if nothing else, also in fairness to them, it gives them a date that they can start planning as to what are we going to do with these cranes. You better start budgeting to get people in here to bring down those cranes and whatnot. So I think a 14-month time period to get these cranes in and installed by the time that license expires, I think is reasonable. Now, if you look, of course, at the whole amendment itself, it doesn't say where you're going to find the money, how you're going to find the money. Again, we're just saying, by 2012, you have this thing done. We got well-paid consultants to be able to go and shake the bushes, find these things. That's why you're hired, go and do it, and then just by 2012 have some deliverables. Okay? So I have no objection to the tie degree amendment.
Of course, you're proposing the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I
This-
think Senator Added just gave my closing statement. So if we can just move on, I have another amendment to Senator Pangalinen's. Okay.
Okay, so on the tie degree amendment to the other amendment, any objection? No objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr.
No.
Chair. And I, as I mentioned earlier, the other amendment I had on Senator Pangalinen's amendment.
We're
the
not there
original-
yet. We have to dispose of the other amendment as amended.
Oh, okay. I thought we.
So we haven't get to that yet. Say.
I stand corrected. Thank
And
you
then
so
after
much.
that,
Okay.
after that, then of course, for the Pangilinan amendment, it would have to
Thank
be Agon and then Espaldona and then you. That's how.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying
So we
that,
will dispose
Mr.
of the
Chair.
other amendment and then we'll break for lunch. On the other amendment as amended to the Pangilinan amendment, any objection? Objection so ordered as amended. This legislature now would recess for lunch until 2 o'clock, promptly until 2 o'clock. Recess.
The committee of the whole will come to order. Will the clerk take a roll to see if we have quorum?
Currently present in the session hall are yourself, Senator Palacios, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Rector, Senator Tello, Senator Wampat. There is no quorum. There's only 246.
Okay, so we'll just wait till the other members come.
The legislature's back in the legislature's back in session. Could the clerk please roll call just to make sure we have quorum?
Okay, currently present are yourself, Senator Ben, Senator Tina, Senator Matt Rector, Senator Espaldon, Senator Ada, Senator Tello, Speaker Wampa. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. We left off before we recessed this morning on the other amendment as to the Pangilinan amendment as amended. We have not settled that. We have to settle that before we go to the next speaker, would be Senator Argon, and then Espaldon, and then Tello on the Pangilinan amendment, the primary amendment. So we will go back now and continue with the ADA amendment. Senator Ada, I think, any more speaker before we close on the other amendment? If not, then Senator, would you care to close on your amendment as amended? So on the other amendment as to the Pangilinan amendment as amended, any objection? No objection, so ordered. The next speaker listed down here on the Pangilinan amendment as amended is Senator Fang Algon, but I will skip that. He's not, I think, present here at this moment. At this point, I will recognize then Senator Espaldon on the first Pangilinan amendment as amended. Senator, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm trying to find the Pangilinan amendment as amended. Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. You know, no offense, Mr. Chair. Actually, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, a lot of the issues that I want to discuss have already been addressed in the prior amendment by Senator Ada, so I will relinquish the mic at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator Espaldon. Senator Taragui on the Pangilinan amendment as amended.
Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I said previously, that I'm a little concerned with the regards to the time periods, and I would like to make an amendment that will address this, and it is in the Senator Pangalinan's amendment where it says on the second line, it shall return to the legislature no later, and this is where I would incorporate my amendment, no later than 30 days from the date of receipt of notification from DOT or Department of Transportation for approval of etc. This amendment is actually, Mr. Chair, is being printed up as we speak right now and should be distributed amongst my colleagues and yourself. But it's very simple, you know, just giving, referring to the time period and having reservations with that. So it is, once again, after the second line and the second line after legislature, no later than 30 days from the date of receipt of notification from Department of Transportation or DOT.
Would anybody insist on seeing the written amendment or as professed? Okay, so we'll 1 minute recess until that written amendment is distributed.
It will be with you in 1 minute.
It's back in session. We were last discussing the title review amendment to the Pangilinan First Amendment. Everybody has a copy of the title review amendment? I think so. Proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. It took a little bit longer than we thought, and it was only so that I would make it clear in writing it in its full entirety of the Pangilinan Amendment. So I thank everybody for their patience and understanding for this. As you see on the amendment, I'm going to start on the second line after the comma of 2010. It shall, and if you see the amendment, I have took out, returned to the legislature and submitted or put in, submit a request in writing to the Speaker of the Legislatura within 90 days of the date of denial of such ARA funding for approval of amended master plan, which shall include the purchase of 2 gantry cranes. So this is my amendment, and Mr. Chair, the reason for this amendment is to not stop the delay of this plan that we have. The port has been needed for so long in the upgrading. So this would also make sure that, one, that we are notified of the denial, and then give them 90 days for a amended master plan, which in 90 days, with all the changes that would be made in something as so complex as this, that it gives them enough room to put out an amended master plan. And this amendment is brought forth to you for your consideration, and I hope my colleagues also support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any speaker to the title amendment? Senator Blas,
I just thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I just wanted to, if I remember correctly, just so that we make sure that this reads right. If I remember correctly, the Espaldon amendment says that it shall include the purchase of at least 2. Wasn't that correct?
Yes.
And it's not here. I just wanted to make sure that that's so noted.
Actually, it is. Wait, I think you might have had the other amendment.
No.
That is true.
Purchase of at least 2, right there. At least.
That's already adopted actually, so it should actually be on that.
I just want to make sure that this
at least 2 gantry cranes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that this amendment doesn't delete that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So noted. It definitely is a typographical error and not being able to put in that. But as you see with my amendment, it is not. I have not made any amendment to that original amendment that was already accepted by this body. So it is just that area to strike out, return to the legislature, submit, and then of course, including the submit of a request in writing to Speaker of the Legislature within 90 days of the date of denial of such ARA funding. And that is the extent of my amendment, but other amendments that were made.
Okay, let me clarify then with the clerk on line 6 then, beginning with the word purchase of, then actually we should insert there the purchase of at least 2 granty, because that's actually should have been here, but somehow it was left out.
My apologies.
So we just want to make sure though that is not going to be an amendment, that it's just a restoration of what was inadvertently omitted.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Senator Boss.
Any speaker on the title amendment to the Pangilinan amendment? Senator Ben? Okay. Senator Ada, and then Speaker Wampat.
I certainly stand in support of the amendment. However, I would like to make an amendment to that amendment. Right now, it's requiring the port to return to the legislature within 90 days of the date of denial of such ARA funding. And I think maybe it should be 90 days, within 90 days of receipt of notice of denial. From the time that Department of Administration, the grantor, issues its decision to deny the application, it's hard to say how long it'll be before they put it in writing and send it to the port. So the clock then really doesn't start ticking until they have received formal notice of denial. So I think the amendment, and I would like to proffer an amendment to that amendment by simply, in place of the words, the date of, it will be 90 days, within 90 days of receipt of notice of denial of such era funding.
No objection to that. So ordered. On the title amendment, any, as amended by ADA, is there any? Speaker Wampat, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to understand specifically, and I'm thinking more procedurally, how this would occur. So if there was a denial, and normally I'm thinking is that there would be a submit, instead of a request, or submit in writing, to the legislature to let us know that the loan has been denied. In addition, so that's the first thing. Then after that, then I would suspect then that then there would be a new plan, an amended plan, but then, and they would have to indicate in a simple bill form again what is to happen to the original plan and why then they're submitting an amended plan. And then the process then goes through again with a public hearing, and then this time an appearance before the body again. So they would have to return to the legislature for the approval of that amended plan. So procedurally, that's what I'm thinking of how this should transpire. But just the amendment alone, to me, it tells me otherwise. It tells me that they will submit a request in writing, so for an approval, but that's not the way it's done. You can't just write to the legislature and ask for an approval of an amended plan. You've got to go through the whole process again, and it's and when it comes as a request in writing, in this case, naturally everything goes through the speaker's office. Of that denial and then eventually approval, because I surely can't approve it on my own. This body can't just do it arbitrarily, also individually on their own. Neither could a committee. So I don't know if anyone is thinking the same thing. I see a disconnect here, and it's going to take some time, I guess. Maybe if the author and of the amendment, and of course more importantly the main amendment, I'd like to hear. From the main
Maybe we'll recess and
mover
discuss
of that amendment.
Yeah. The reason why there's a disconnect is because you took out the 54 million.
We'll recess for 1 minute. The legislature is back in session, and Senator Taragui was the last speaker. Continue, Senator Taragui.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with the support and input of both Senator Ada and Senator Pangilinan, we have come to this amendment that I proffered earlier to make some corrections, verbiage and technical, in which in this amendment we have again made a little bit of technical corrections that, and it's basically with the, okay. We had the time, Mr. Chair, to be able to correct those technical corrections for the sake of everyone, and I would like to read it in its entirety so that because of the many amendments that were made and inclusions from the last one that I had just amended. So if I may indulge your before, okay,
So
thank you,
because
Mr.
this
Chair.
is actually now the complete amendment.
Right, a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This would, I guess when the amendment is read, it's assuming that, are we, just from a point of order, are we withdrawing all the other amendments and presenting this as a single one, or are we going to read this amendment and all the other amendments that have been included will be compared against this one, and basically we end up with this amendment as the final amendment as amended?
See, that's a good point, because see, you're the mover of this amendment,
So
but
we should-
actually this is a recitation of the entire Pangilinan amendment as amended so far. That's
Right.
true, so.
Sure, Mr. Chair, I have no problem just withdrawing, but I did ask earlier with council if I should, to simplify it to take my amendment away or withdraw it, but I was told that no need to, and just
Right.
submit this amendment, but I have no problems in which the good author of the original amendment, if you,
No,
yeah.
the only reason why I'm
I understand, yes.
making the point of order is that when she reads the entire thing, that it is only what is read now and presented that will be the amendment, and it's not an addition to
Exactly.
the original amendment I presented.
That's true, and
in that respect, I wanted to make sure the clerks understood that. So what I will do is I will just go ahead and withdraw the amendment I presented, I offered, and this will be replace that amendment.
Okay, so any objection to the withdrawing of the Senator Pangilinan's of his own amendment? So that the Telo amendment would essentially replace that in its entirety, and the Telo amendment will reflect all the amendments that have been made on the Pangilinan amendment anyway. Okay, so no objection to the Pangilinan amendment being withdrawn, so ordered.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I would please like to make this amendment, not just my amendment, but also of Senator Pangilinan's amendment, along with Senator Tom Ada's amendment. Being first, I would like to have Senator Pangilinan first, author on this, and then Senator Tom Ada, and then I will take third place with regards to this amendment, if there's no objections.
No objection on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I may beg your indulgence in reading. If the Port Authority, I'm always last on the T then. Okay. If the Port Authority of Guam is unable to secure ARA/Tiger funding for the financing of the master plan by January 2010, it shall notify the legislature of any denial of funding request within the 30 days of receipt of notice of such denial, and shall submit to the legislature within 90 days of the date of denial of such ARA funding, ARA/Tiger grant funding, a bill to obtain the approval of an amendment master plan based on a maximum expenditure level of $54,500,000, and which shall include the acquisition either through purchase or lease to own of at least 2 gantry cranes. Such cranes shall be acquired no later than December 31st, 2012. If the PAG secures the ARA/Tiger grant and the USDA loan, then Phase 1, Stage 1-A and 1-B shall include the purchase of at least 2 gantry cranes, and such cranes shall be acquired no later than December 31st, 2012, either through purchase or lease to own. No other loan or additional rate increase may be requested for funding of the master plan by PAG without an executed capital recovery charge agreement, as discussed in Part 3.3.3 of the revised August 3rd, 2009 report, and specifically in the financial plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any objection to that amendment? Senator Ada?
Just really more through as a technical correction. On the, if we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, on the 8th line where it reads Stage 1A and 1B shall include the purchase of at least 2 gantry cranes, we should change the word purchase to acquisition of at least 2 gantry cranes shall be acquired no later than either through purchase or lease to own. So that just makes it consistent with the intent that they should go out and acquire the cranes using one of the 2 methods.
Any objection to that substitution of no objection? So ordered. Any objection to the Tello amendment?
One more correction too, just to be consistent as well. It's very technical. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 4th line, era standing alone should have era/tiger on the 4th line. It's just a simple technical if we want to be consistent. Okay?
So for consistency to match with the first line, then.
Right.
Any objection? No objection. So ordered. Any objection to the Tello amendment as adjusted, amended?
Correction, Pangilinan added Taidagui
Okay.
amendment.
Any objection to the Pangilinan Ada Taidagui amendment? No objection. So ordered. That completes the. Now we go back to the Pangilinan amendment as amended and further amended. Any objection? No. No, but see, we go back. We adopt the amendment. Oh, okay, because he withdrew. I'm sorry about that. Yes. So that's adopted then. Order. The next speaker in lineup is Senator Ada for your amendment, and then Doctor. Then after Senator Ada, then you. And if anybody would want to make amendment presentation after Senator Gottert, Senator Rector, we're going to come back for the second round. I think you're done on the first round. Okay. So I guess it. The next speaker then would be Senator Gottert. Senator Gottert, you're recognized. Have your amendments been passed out? I understand I have some here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. For the last 2.5 days, we've been preoccupied with this bill, and we've listened to the answers to our questions from representatives of the Port Authority of Guam and their consultants. And all of us have expressed different viewpoints and concerns. And I carefully thought about this whole subject, and I have proffered an amendment here, Mr. Chairman, which is critical for me to be able to vote for this bill. Without this amendment, I cannot vote for this bill.
Okay.
And the amendment is simple. It reads as follows. The Port Authority of Guam is prohibited from issuing task orders as amendments to contracts for the procurement of additional services that are more than $15,000 for supplies or services or consulting, and more than $50,000 for construction activities. In accordance with 5 GCA 5213, which, by the way, is the procurement law, which sets the limits on procuring supplies, materials, and services and construction activity
Yes.
below $15,000 and $50,000. The procurement of supplies or services or consulting and construction activities that are beyond these financial limits shall require competitive bidding.
Yeah.
What we discovered in our proceedings is that there seems to be a lack of competitive bidding where it should be occurring. And it seems to be that this is happening not just at the Port Authority, but within other agencies of this government. It's a new creative way to really bypass the traditional procurement processes. So, in order to assuage public concerns, as well as our concerns, I offer this amendment, and I'd like to inform my colleagues that I also intend to introduce a bill that will make it applicable throughout the government of Guam very shortly. But at this point, this bill would be, this amendment would refer to the Port Authority of Guam. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Gauthier. Any speaker on the Gauthier amendment? Senator Rector and Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in full support of Senator Guthrie's amendment. It's about time, and obviously this is something we should have done a long time ago. Obviously, when we have a $400,000 contract that turns into a $4.3 million contract without going through the bidding process, there is a gap in our system. So I commend the good senator on this amendment because we're stopping the bloodletting even as we speak with the passing of this amendment, and I look forward to it being in the bill form so every agency and everybody on Guam is protected from such usury. Thank you.
You're welcome. Senator Blas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to have to respectfully object to this amendment, and I recognize that some of the concerns as brought up by my previous speaker of some of the procurement issues that we need to deal with. I have no objections with that. My concern, though, is that we're talking about task orders on contracts that have already been signed. You know, these are task orders that are connected to already an RFP process that had been previously. This is not task orders for additional work outside of that contract. It's within the confines, it's within the parameters of that contract. And task orders are basically the means of being able to say, based on this contract, these are those tasks that we need you to do. It's a good measurement so that you not only measure what those specific tasks are, but what those specific amounts being paid for those tasks. And any deviation, alterations of that task needs further discussion and approval, and an approval process. So I recognize, and I think that we need to differentiate what this is outside of the procurement based on, you know, it's one thing to say, we're going to give you $3 million for supplies, you know, and then, or $3 million for your CIP projects, and then these are different CIP projects. But this is task orders based on one contract, on a contract that already went through that RFP process. So,
Point of information.
I recognize that.
Is that your point of information?
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I recognize that this is not going to be retroactive. This is for future transactions of the Port Authority.
Okay, I appreciate Senator.
And I appreciate that. And again, it's relative to, the task orders are relative to already a contract that had been signed. And within the confines of that contract, these are the different tasks that have to be performed in order for that contract to be fulfilled. So I have to stand in objection. Thank you.
Would you like to propose an amendment to that task orders originating from a consummated contract or a signed contract is exempted or something?
that would actually change the whole.
Okay.
And I don't know whether it's going to go against the good authors thing. That's why I need to object this. And like the good author had stated, she has a bill that she's going to be proposing
I
or
understand.
proffer that will be able to address this. And I think that's Stephen.
I understand your line of presentation
Thank
also.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, of course, there's an objection. And any other speaker on the Dr. Amendment? Senator Ada?
Mr. Chairman, I certainly understand the author's concerns, especially after the past couple of days here, how things appear to have ballooned. In fact, in the front page today, how a $400,000 contract ballooned to $4.3 million. However, I disagree, of course, with that front page headline, because in the procurement processes, there is that option that normally is made available, the IDIQ, and that's basically what the task orders are for. In that sometimes it is difficult to really be able to envision completely everything that needs to be done in order to get us to the the end line. And so, but we have basically a general idea that what needs to be done. And so as more information is gathered and the picture gets clearer, then task orders are issued. Okay, now we know that we need to go do a hydro survey. Now we know that we need to go do what are some of these things here? The water quality survey. Now we know that we need the characterization of the marine habitats. And so that's why in the procurement process that sort of flexibility is put in. That's the very same sort of flexibility that is given to the boss contractor for the Navy. They basically give them a contract and they say, at the very minimum, we want you to change 10 light bulbs a month. But we also know that there are other things that we need to do for maintenance facilities. But sometimes you just really can't tell at this point what those tasks are. So as they come up, then you sit down and you identify what needs to be done, and you negotiate what's a fair price to do it, and you give them the task. If, though, we're going to have to go out and let's face it, the modernization plan that we're looking at doing down at the port is not going to be nickel-dime stuff. And so the way that this is written now, just about anything and everything that they do for the modernization plan is going to have to now stop. It's going to have to, basically go out for bid and all that. And we've got to move at a brisk pace. I guess the comfort that I get, despite the fact that I know a lot of the members got unsettled by some of the things that were uncovered during the course of the discussions, the comfort that I get is that, first of all, there's federal monies involved here. I'm sure these guys are going to be looking out for how those expenditures are going to be taken. It may not be uncovered at the time. Like, for example, at the time of the execution of an M2D2 contract, but eventually it was. You've got other entities that have been charged to really oversee the proper expenditure of these funds, such as MARAD, who has basically tasking from Congress that oversee these funds. So while I do understand the concern, if we do it if we think it's appropriate for the port, then let's do it government-wide, because what's good for the port should be good for the entire government. But in that case, it really should stand on its own, and it should go through a public hearing, and we should let the agencies come in and see how, in fact, it's going to impact them. And when we're dealing with ARA funds, we're running against a time clock. They basically have given, like, I don't know, 2 years or whatever, but we don't have It's not going to be expended on our pace. We have specific milestones, and they want this thing expended and encumbered and expended within a certain time frame. So, Mr. Chairman, I would just ask the author to reconsider, and that if it is the position that this is necessary, then it's probably necessary throughout the entire government, and it merits or warrants a bill of its own, standalone. Let's go through a public hearing and address it then. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other speaker on the Rutledge amendment? Senator Hagan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, Mr. Chairman, at first glance, in terms of looking at this particular amendment when it was being circulated, I had some initial reservations. But after speaking to the sponsor of the amendment and some of the things that have transpired in the past that was discussed over the course of the week, you know, it brings me to think twice about whether, in fact, having this mechanism in place is appropriate and if it's necessary. I think when you look at a contract, you know what this would do, Mr. Chairman? My understanding, my read of this is that if this is in place, then any and all contract that is consummated at the inception will take into consideration the different factors that would have to be part of that particular contractual arrangement. Any deviation would be authorized under that contractual arrangement and under that RFP. In other words, the Port Authority of Guam and their personnel, with all of their expertise, has got to ensure that the RFP that is let out has to incorporate a provision that would allow for deviations so that, in fact, unexpected circumstances can be addressed. So it tightens, it really, to me, it tightens the parameters in terms of just making an arbitrary decision and moving ahead and then finding out that, in fact, you have a big obstacle ahead of you and you have to overcome that, rather than having to expand the contract, the existing contract. This now allows for, hey, you've got to try to anticipate as many of the unexpected circumstances and ensure that it's incorporated as part of the RFP and as part of the requirement, so that, in fact, there's minimal deviation from the provisions of the contractual arrangement that's finally signed off by the Port Authority of Guam. That's one of the reasons why initially I had reservations. What direction do I want to take? Whether, in fact, we should set parameters. But this really, to a great extent, Mr. Chairman, tightens any view and any perspective in terms of formulating an RFP. When you formulate that RFP, it's got to include provisions for slight deviations, which my understanding is would follow within this requirement should this amendment pass. But it just requires that, in fact, a little bit more attentiveness be provided in terms of the RFP that's actually let out, and any major deviations in excess of these cost amounts really should go out for reconsideration through another RFP competitive process, because it allows for at least any contract or contractor that participates with the Port Authority of Guam in this really incredible anticipated port build-up facility, whether you're looking at expending $50 million or $100 million or $207 million. The reality is that with everything that is anticipated with the military build-up, that RFP, which eventually leads to a contractual arrangement, has to incorporate as many of the factors that need to be inserted into that particular arrangement. So, Mr. Chairman, although initially I had reservation, and after talking to the sponsor of this amendment, perhaps this is the direction we need to take, so that at the get-go, on step one, before you even move over to step two and let out the RFP, that all of the minds that need to be at that table come together so that that RFP is all-inclusive as much as possible, and that, in fact, the contract that's finally signed off reflects really what the requirements are and the basis of that contractual arrangement. So Mr. Chairman, I do, perhaps with slight reservations, but I do support this, because it would allow for at least a bit more visitation and review of any and all contracts that are let out. And I understand what the Oversight Chair has mentioned just a minute ago, that perhaps this may impede, I don't want to use the word impede, I apologize if that's the incorrect phrase, but it may affect the ability of the port to be able to look at the master plan. But at the get-go, if you do it right the first time, then there should be minimal deviations, and if you allow for the RFP and the contract to be expansive to a great extent of allowing for unexpected circumstances to be incorporated and to be considered in that RFP and in that contractual arrangement that's finally signed, then I think that it would be appropriate to be able to meet this particular requirement. So I certainly stand in support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr.
You know, I like to request for a guidance from the senior senator from Barrigada. Can the chairman ask for a point of inquiry? I mean, can ask question to the mover of the amendment? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I guess Senator Palacios is the next speaker. Oh, okay. Well, you're the next speaker, so address your inquiry to the chair, and I'll ask if the mover will yield.
The way I read the Gotthard's amendment, they appear. I don't know how we can reconcile. If, for example, one already has a balloon contract or a whole contract to do a task, and that task would involve several task orders. Would the Gothard Amendment then require, after I got the contract, the main contract, and I need to do several jobs, several work, that if this package, if this particular project would cost more than $15,000, that according to the Gothard's Amendment, it would have to be bidded out? And then what funds will pay that? Remember that I already have the whole package, the whole contract. So any task orders that originate from that contract, how do you reconcile that when it's already being governed by the contract that's signed, and then it still would have to be bidded out because it's more than $15,000? I want to understand that.
Would the author of the amendment yield?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I noted earlier, if this amendment passes, it would apply to future actions of the board. It could not be retroactively applied to any existing contracts that have been negotiated. So it would be prospective. And what it basically would mean, Senator Palacios, is that any actions of the Port Authority that would involve an expenditure for a task order above $15,000 for supplies, services, or consulting, or more than $50,000 for construction activity, would have to be based upon a bid, a competitive bid. In other words, it would follow our general procurement law. These are the parameters, the limits that are provided for in current law. $15,000, above $15,000 for supplies, services, consulting, and above $50,000 for construction activity requires competitive bidding. So all we're doing is making sure the port in its future actions are aligned with existing law. It would not affect current contracts.
I understand to that extent, but let's say that I have I have a contract next month for $1 million, but it's going to take about 5 different stages of implementation. And in each of these steps, it requires the acquisition of maybe supplies of over $15,000. Remember that already have the contract, it's a matter now of implementing it at certain stages. Would the Gothard's Amendment still require that the acquisition of that supply be bidded out?
Does the mover yield?
Would that already be regulated?
Mr. Chairman, this basically tells the port, anytime you want to do any activity above $15,000 for supplies, services, or consulting, or above $50,000 for construction activity, you must put it out on bid. That's all it says. It must go out on bid. Now, if they award a contract to a company for $1 million based on a competitive bid, then they would follow this provision. They'd be following this provision. That's what it means.
So what you're
we're
saying,
requiring the port to go out on bid for any activity involving services, supplies, or consulting above $15,000, or construction activity above $50,000.
but if in the example that was noted for that $1 million contract, within the scope of that work, if they're going to go out and purchase whatever materials that's going to, they don't.
Who's going to purchase it? The
contractor.
The contractor
Within
can do
the
anything
$1
he
million
wants.
that he got.
His contract will be for a fixed amount.
Okay.
And everything that the port wants that contractor to do has to be spelled out in that contract. It's simply based on the realization that, first of all, when you let out a contract, you need to know what you're asking for.
That's right.
And you should not have to come back and say, well, we also need this later, and we're going to need this too, so do this for us also, and we'll pay this amount for that. Think it out in advance. Plan it out in advance so you know what you need. And because I believe that this approach is not an approach that is in the best interest of the people of Guam. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, look at these task orders here. $4 million. The original contract between the consulting firm and the port says here, I mean, it's right before you. Compensation, page 4 of 14, Section A. In consideration for the services performed under task order number 1, which is the port shall pay consultant a total aggregate sum of $466,000 for task order number 1, which is to mobilize the team and kick off work and develop an implementation plan, subject to terms and conditions of this agreement. All subsequent task orders performed by the consultant shall be compensated in accordance with negotiated costs pursuant to terms herein. And this contract says the port can negotiate with the contractor for each cost for the task orders. And these task orders are about $4 million beyond the $460 million for task order number 1. This is why I'm concerned. Why do we have to do it this way? Why can't we have this all spelled out clearly when a contract is let? This is what you're supposed to do. This is how much we're going to pay you, and this is when it should be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Speaker Wampat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a few questions, and probably just the best thing, rather than trying to use another example, but rather to talk specifically maybe just to the task orders here that was given to us. And my understanding is, and if I'm wrong, please, anyone can correct me, is that Parsons Brinkerhoff International had put out, rather were awarded this $4.3 million bid. And then they went and put, no, they did not, the 4.3? Oh, the 466,166? That's the only thing? Oh, okay. So now, well, then I don't know who's going to be able to answer this question then, Mr. Chairman, because I'm looking at the entire list of the work orders, task orders, and there are different services or contractors, I guess, for each one of these task orders. So maybe the question would be then is that is the author saying then that for every single one of these items that is listed here, like for example, a company that's going to do the terrestrial ecology survey and then another company is going to do a water quality survey, and then a third company who would do the aquatic sampling and habitat assessment, just those three, that for each one of these items, that then the port must go out, because every one of these are beyond 15,000 and beyond 50,000.
Point of clarification, Senator Cruz?
I think it might help us if someone had provided what I had asked the other day. Is there a master contract that precedes task order number 1? There would have to have been one, because the 476 is marked as task order number 1. And I think if we saw the master, the genesis of this whole thing, we'd understand whether or not there is a max of 4.3, or, but if you're just taking it from task order number 1, there is no way that task order number 1 gives you the leeway to get to 4.3 million.
Actually, that was what I was alluding to when I was making the inquiry. But
because, so the example may be something a little bit simpler, is that if, let's say the most recent thing that we're going to do with the school is to build a school, and we're looking at 40, some $1 million, and this company who has received the award would like to go out now and have other companies maybe do the gym, and another company to go and purchase all of the supplies and equipment, the collateral equipment. Would that company go out then and do individual bids for every one of those projects?
I think the way that these task orders are like change orders in the construction contract. And if for like JFK, we said we wanted a $20 million school, but now there's change orders because they're working 24 hours a day to meet our nine-month thing, then it becomes a change order for different things. We want to have pillars. Yeah, but the thing is that, but that's why I'm saying the problem that we have is that we don't have the initial contract that started the relationship between Parsons and the port. I think if we had that, we would understand, we might be able to see whether or not it entails 27 task orders, or whether or not, because the implementation contract by itself does not give you the authority to take it to 4.3 million.
Senator Wampat, you still have Speaker Wampat, you still have this floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And this is, of course, if we don't have, that answer that our colleagues here had asked for, and I know you said you were alluding to the exact same thing, and if there is a change order, what does that mean? And does it mean we go back to the drawing board again? And if we're going to take, just again, like I say, one example here, and there are change orders, does that mean then, this amendment mean that because it's going to be a change order, there are going to be amendments to the original contract, so does that mean now that, again, that a separate bid be put out for, if it was supplies and materials, that's 15,000 that it goes out and bid, and if the work to be done is 50,000, that it again goes out to bid? And would that be for every single? We say, I heard the mover of the amendment say that this is for future task orders, but there's nothing here that says, of course, that it is going to be for future task orders. Would this be for existing task orders that has been locked in already? Apparently must have been awarded to, because based on my readings, is that there are companies already that are going to be doing this. So I'd like to have answers to my questions before I decide how I'm going to vote.
Point of information, I think, Mr. Chair, I'll yield to the question. Mr. Chair, as everyone knows, you can't pass ipso facto laws to retroactively apply something to previous agreements. So the current contracts would continue. This is for prospective contracts. And it's basically what it says is that the amount of the contract should be determined at the outset. That's really what the meaning is. That's what it means.
But-
And if something comes up that will require more expenditures and it's above those amounts, then it has to go out on bid. And it's up to the agency to go out on bid. If I'm entering into a contract with company X and the contract is $1 million, then that's what I'm going to pay company X to do all the things that are required in the contract. And that's why the agency must spell out very specifically, these are what the contractor must do. This is your responsibility, contractor.
Point of information, if I may, and you request, Senator Cruz had mentioned about the contract. And if you look on the consulting agreement between the Port and Parsons Group, this is the one that was, that we had made copies of, and it's on page 4 of 14, under compensation, and it begins on section A, toward the ending part, where all subsequent task orders performed by consultants shall be compensated in accordance with negotiated costs pursuant to the terms herein. And then it describes further on the payments and the terms and conditions that it must meet in order to have these tasks orders performed. And it follows a procedure here in that place. So I'll give you the time to look this over. It's on page 414.
And on page, Madam Chair, if I may, on page 3, it spells out on section C, page 3 of 14, it says that task orders that are consistent with the terms of this agreement shall be compensated based on negotiations between the agency and the provider of the services.
But
It's
the
not
terms,
spelled out what
but
the
the terms
costs
and
are.
conditions are on the next page on the
I
compensation.
know, I explained that earlier. I even
Address the,
quoted from it, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, going back to the speaker's
yeah, go ahead,
question,
proceed.
all my amendment does is make it very clear that we have to follow current law. Current law says anything above $15,000 for supplies, services, or consulting, or anything above $50,000 for construction activity must go out on bid. That's current law. That's current Guam law. These task orders, frankly, are a way to bypass current law. The Port Authority of Guam is a very competent agency with very competent employees and professionals. And when they write contracts, they should be able to project what their needs are carefully and know at the outset what those needs are. If something comes up along the way and they recognize it's going to cost more money to finish a particular project, then they should go out on bid if it's above these financial limits as expressed in current law. And just for the information of everyone, yes, I do plan to introduce a bill that will make this applicable to all departments and agencies, because there are other agencies of this government that are issuing task orders left and right. One in particular has issued task orders amounting to $42 million beyond an additional contract.
Senator Cruz, the speaker still has the floor, sir? If I may, if you can continue.
Thank you
Go-
again,
go ahead.
Mr.
And
Chairman.
then-
I'm trying to put all this together, and I understand, where the mover of the author is, because I printed a copy of the procurement regulations, and it does say that the procurement for purchases, small purchases rather, that has been established here, $15,000 for supplies or services, and less than $50,000 for construction. That's already in the procurement law. My question is, and I can't find in the procurement regulation of 2 GCA, whatever, Division 4, or 5 GCA rather, Section 5213, anything about change orders or amendments to the contracts. And so I'm just thinking again, like for example, just to
Senator
use,
Cruz,
Huh?
I think maybe
Point of
if
clarification.
no, not a clarification. Maybe since Senator Taitagui knows all about this contract, if she would yield to a question.
Yes, go ahead. I will yield.
If the port decided it wanted Parsons to purchase 3 cranes, would Parsons under Task Order 29 be able to move forward to purchase the 3 cranes, either from Matson Horizon, brand new cranes, or any other crane? This is all part of the implementation of the master plan.
Mr.
So
Chairman.
would they be able to do that without going to a procurement process? Because that's all part of the implementation. They need a crane. Of everything that you need at the port, the one thing you need besides the personnel, the first class personnel that they have down there, and stevedores, is they need a crane. Would they be able to go and purchase the cranes without having to go through the procurement process?
Mr. Chairman, I know that Senator
Senator
Vice
Taitagui.
Speaker
Oh,
Cruz had
right.
asked the Senator Taitagui to yield. But if we really want to get at that question, maybe we should. I would like to suggest that maybe we bring in the representative from Parsons and the general manager and their corporate service manager, because there's a little bit more, I guess, documentation and understandings that precedes this, and then let's get that clarification from them. Although I don't know, do we need that discussion in view of the fact?
I think we do, because I think that goes to the question that the speaker is having problems about this, and how everybody is saying, "Oh no, we don't need this because if it falls within the universal contract, the task order can be given." And all we're saying is, what are the parameters?
So should we?
Okay, Mr. Chair,
we
if I
recess a
may.
minute and then call the parties in?
Yeah, if I may, I
Proceed.
will have that recommendation as well to further clarify this, as I'm not an attorney by trade, but by what I'm reading here with regards to on page 3 of 14, it's showing that they have to allow the port by encouraging effective competition, otherwise promoting economies in government procurement as required by the Guam procurement law. It states in here that they must required by Guam procurement law. The extended term shall be on the same terms and conditions contained in this agreement, except for the fee and scope of work of authorized task force, which is successfully negotiated and agreed by the parties, shall be set forth in the amendment. So other than that, showing that there is a procedure in fairness of all, that's what I'm reading here. And I would recommend to as well, and I would like as well to have the people from that group and other entities from the port to come in to answer Senator Cruz's question specific.
2 minutes recess.
Mr. Chair, before you recess for that, I have a point of clarification. Look, and I asked about this last time. Why are we going to get the people in that are receiving the $4 million? Obviously, they think it's appropriate that we keep writing checks to them. Why don't we have the AG in here explain this to us? I mean, I want an unbiased legal opinion on
Mr.
this.
Chair-
I want the person that's looking out for the people of Guam. If we're going to have a legal interpretation of this, let's get the chief legal officer of our island to give us the interpretation.
1 minute recess.
We
then.
have, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Speaker Wampat, are you finished with your presentation, ma'am?
Well, because of all the sidebars that's been going on, Mr. Chairman, I really would just appreciate it if, we're able then to, well, never mind, I'll just end right here rather than
thank
make
you.
matters any worse. But thank you. We had another discussion during break, so
Thank you, Madam
I'll leave it
Speaker.
as it is.
Senator Cruz, earlier you had your hand up. Okay. Any more speaker on the Governance Amendment? There's been an objection earlier by the senator. So, if there's no more speaker, then I recognize the author of the amendment for closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I appreciate all the input here. I know we're all looking for the same thing, and that's to ensure accountability and transparency in government transactions on a broad level with reference to procurement of services, supplies, materials, construction activities. And that really was the motivation behind this amendment. I've been quite concerned about the discussions over the last 2.5 days with the port. And I think the public has followed along with our discussions and our questions. And my goal was simply to close any loopholes that would permit any potential abuse of the public trust when it comes to the letting out of contracts and the extensions of contracts with more activities. This problem is not unique to the port, this concern. It also is an issue with other departments and agencies that are letting out task orders beyond the original contracted for amount with certain companies. And in one case, I understand from the latest information that task orders beyond an original contracted amount has gone up to $42 million for infrastructure projects. Obviously, you would think that some of that, if not all of that, would be placed out on bid. The business community on Guam should be concerned about this. Fairness and equity in the letting out of government contracts of any type should be done with the interest of the community at large and fairness to the private sector. And I don't think these task orders allow for that. At any rate, it's up to my colleagues how they vote on this amendment. I stand in support of this amendment because I believe in promoting full accountability and disclosure up front when it comes to letting out contracts, not after the fact. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Senator Gauthier. There is being an objection. Those who are in favor of the Gauthier amendment, raise your right hand. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 7. It failed. It doesn't pass. The Gauthier amendment did not pass. Before we go to the second round, is there any more speaker for the first round? Members who have not yet spoken, Espaldon, Blas, Respicio, and Cruz for the first round. Before we begin the second round, which will... Okay. So for the second round, Senator Blas, you want to...
Just to note, I'll defer until the second round.
Okay. So for the second round of amendments, the first member that actually from the earlier list would be the Speaker Wampat. I will jump Speaker Wampat and go down to and then go down to Senator Rector, and then of course we'll go back to the speaker if she returns, so that we can continue in the same sequence. Senator Rector, you're recognized at this time for your second amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have passed this copy out to everybody, and it's the one that says Section 3. Now, of course, what this will do is add a new section, because we've already added a Section 3 at this point. So I'll ask for it to be renumbered appropriately. Does everybody have their copy, I hope? Okay, here it goes. Requirements for the implementation of the master plan. And this is a long one, so please bear with me as I stumble through it. Whenever applicable, contracts entered into by the Port Authority of Guam shall limit any and all fees per container chargeable for any service performed by any business entity contracting with the Port Authority of Guam to a maximum of 5% of the total tariff amount charged for identical or similar service per container by the Port Authority of Guam as of the date of August 25, 2009. Only adjusting annually for inflation. Any contract entered into against this provision of law shall be invalid and not enforceable by any agency or instrumentality of the government of Guam. B, when applicable, contracts entered into by the Port Authority of Guam shall limit any and all fees chargeable by any business entity upon cargo other than containerized cargo to a maximum of 5% of the total per revenue ton tariff amount charged for any service provided by the Port Authority of Guam for the specific class of cargo as of the date of August 25, 2009, only adjusting annually for inflation. Any contract entered into against this provision shall be invalid and not enforceable by any agency or instrumentality of the government of Guam. C, the Port Authority of Guam shall not enter into a bond indenture or otherwise borrow revenue from any private entity without submitting a proposal, cost-benefit analysis, and economic impact statement performed by the Bureau of Statistics and Plans to e-legislature prior to entering into any agreement as described within this subsection, and a statement from the Port Authority of Guam Board of Directors that no possible source of revenue is available outside of borrowing from a private business entity. No agreement to enter into a bond indenture or otherwise borrow revenue shall be entered into by the Port Authority of Guam without approval of e-legislature and full compliance with the provisions of this subsection by the Port Authority of Guam. D, the Port Authority of Guam, prior to entering into a contract or agreement allowing a private entity to lease in part or whole any property, any portion of the property controlled by the Port Authority of Guam, or an agreement allowing for private operation in part or in whole of any function or service performed by the Port Authority of Guam, shall submit to e-legislature a cost-benefit analysis, environmental impact statement, economic impact statement, studies to be performed by the appropriate government of Guam agency, as well as a detailed study assigned by each member of the Port Authority of Guam Board of Directors demonstrating and attesting to the fact that it would be impracticable for the Port Authority of Guam to continue operations without entering into any lease agreement or contract specified herein. A lack of personnel employed or equipment owned by the Port Authority of Guam shall not, under any circumstances, constitute proof of impracticability required by the provisions of this section prior to entering into contract. Any such agreement entered into shall require the approval of e-legislature. E, the Port Authority of Guam shall not otherwise enter into a relationship for any for-profit business entity other than for the purchase of equipment or supplies by the Port Authority of Guam in a manner that is in compliance with the established procurement laws of the government of Guam without transmitting a cost-benefit analysis, detailed economic impact statement, copy of any contracts to be entered into with said for-profit business entity, and where applicable, an environmental impact statement, all statements and studies to be performed by the appropriate government of Guam agencies for approval of e-legislature. Last but not least, F says any person found guilty of intentionally violating the provisions of this section shall be guilty of a felony punishable by up to 4 years in prison, depending on the severity of the violation, and a fine of up to $100,000. The compiler of law shall hereby have limited authority to codify the provisions of this section into law within the Guam Code annotated after enactment of the provisions of this section. Whew, that was a lot of reading.
Would you like to speak on your amendment, sir?
Yes, while this is a lot of verbiage, it does a couple of things. One, it protects the people of Guam from huge tariff increases. Currently, the way the law is set up, the PUC sets the tariff rate for containers at the port. If the board enters into a contract with any private business agency, then it automatically, they go to the PUC and they say, well, to pay for this contract, we have to have a tariff increase, and the PUC automatically will push it through, give or take. But generally, they don't deny it, as we've seen with our power bills and our water bills. This limits this to a maximum of a 5% increase per contract, which is very important. We don't want the price of spam, as we've been talking about a lot over the last week, to quadruple overnight. And this protects the people of Guam from that happening. It does a couple of other things as well. One thing it does is it makes sure that we have a cost-benefit analysis, an economic impact statement, and an environmental statement in a couple of places. But more importantly, these studies and statements and analysis are done by public servants who live on our island, who are subject to all the laws, rules, and regulations, so we'll have no kickbacks and no corruption, so that the people of Guam are protected. One of the problems we've seen in the past is that the people that are getting the contract are also doing the cost-benefit analysis, and they're also doing the impact statements. That's kind of like asking the fox to watch the hen house. And that isn't the way we're supposed to work. It leads us to corruption, whether it has happened or hasn't happened. They say, lead us not to temptation, and this works in favor of that. It's important for there to always be checks and balances, and for a good government public servant to check on all these things and make sure they're above board. It's almost disingenuous to have some big foreign corporation have these studies with us that they don't have to live with. If somebody that lives on this island, that's family lives on this island, makes the study, hopefully they will look out for their own family as well. Lastly, one of the things this also does is it protects us against ultimate privatization of the port. It says that we won't enter into any deal that can't be done by Guam employees, by employees of the Port of Guam. And that's something very important, because we've seen some of these things happen already. For instance, some of the cranes that are leased, some of them are maintained by port employees at the expense of the port. Some are maintained by private contractor employees doing work on the government's property. Well, that's not really right. We want to make sure that we don't have private companies owning private cranes unloading their ships on our ports. This port is too important to the people of Guam, and it needs to be controlled by the public servants that live here. It doesn't need to be able to have a stranglehold by some foreign corporation, and this makes sure that our public port remains in public hands. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope all my colleagues will support it. I think this is a really much-needed amendment.
Any speaker on the Rector amendment? There being none, any objection to the Rector amendment? There being an objection to the Rector amendment, I'll call for a vote then. Those who are in favor of the Rector amendment, please raise your right hand. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 7. Director amendment failed. Senator Pangilinan, you are next on the for your second amendment.
Thank you very much.
You're recognized, Senator Pangilinan.
Okay. The amendment I have, Mr. Chairman, would be to amend Section 2 of the bill to read as follows: Master Plan Approval. And the amendment would read, the legislature hereby endorses and approves the implementation of Phase 1, First Stage 1-A, fiscal years or years 2010 to 2012, and Second Stage, Stage 1-B, years 2011 to 2013 of the Jose D. Leon Guerrero Commercial Master Plan Update 207 report as supplemented by the Financial Feasibility Plan, Implementation Plan, and Economic Statement Plan resubmitted on August 3rd, 2009. The gist of the amendment, of course, is that the financing of the entire master plan itself is contingent upon securing grants in the second phase of the plan for an additional $106 million is the cost associated with that second stage. Now, the plan calls that if we approve the entire master plan, then the port has the authority to proceed and implement the second stage costing $106 million, which is almost exclusively for the use of the military expansion. As a matter of fact, it is, according to the master plan itself and the financial impact statement implementation plan, that phase 2 is only needed because of the military expansion. And it is for their benefit and for their use that we would make those improvements in phase 2. Without the military expansion, we would not need to do phase 2. However, because if we approve that without any limitation, then they can go out and decide, oh, we're going to do the military expansion anyway, and we'll finance it in some other fashion. And that could be either rate increases or other loans or any other way which may then place that, which will then place that burden on the civilian community of Guam, basically the people of Guam. And so while we all understand the urgency of making some improvements to our port for our own needs, plus an urgency also to do some improvements to meet the ramping up of the military expansion, that can be cost shared. But anything beyond that really should not be cost shared by the people of Guam and by additional rate increases and so forth. And so trying to achieve the support that the port needs, that they say this community needs to give to them in order to have their best foot forward with regards to their application for ARA grant and their application for the USDA loan, those two elements of the master plan are all contained in stage 1 and phase 1. So, I mean, phase 1, stage, first and second stage. And so we all kind of, through these several days here, kind of come to the consensus and acknowledge the need to support those plans. And the amendments that we've made would safeguard the people of Guam for paying for stage 1 and stage 2 if we don't get any of those funding. But if we do, we also want to ensure that we don't authorize the second stage without secured funding that will not burden the people of Guam and be passed on in terms of increased rates and so forth. So to achieve the goal of supporting the port and putting our best foot forward as a community in our application for ARA grants and the USDA loan, we will support and endorse those two stages of the first phase with the safeguards that we've built in the other amendments that we've made. So I would present this amendment for that purpose of showing community support and legislative support for those two phases or those two stages in the first phase of the plan, which everybody, I think, agrees that we need to implement at least at the minimum what we need for our own organic growth. And if we get the grant, then we'll do the first stage of the needed improvements to support military expansion, but anything beyond that, we will wait and see.
Thank you for that. The next speaker for the on the Pangilinan Amendment, Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I certainly rise in support of the Pangilinan Amendment, and I want to thank the author for kind of summing up what's been a concern to us and to me, particularly as we address this master plan that's been submitted by the Port Authority. I had a similar amendment, but mine is a little too drastic, I admit, that if they're not able to secure the ARA grant funding or the capital recovery charge for the military cargo by March 31st, I was going to ask the body to consider an amendment that would then repeal this master plan if we're able to approve it. Now, mine goes too far, I admit, and this is why I'm not offering it at all. I think the Pangilinan Amendment is reasonable, and it's something that the Port Authority should welcome wholeheartedly, because they said it themselves. If in the event they're not able to secure the ARA grant or the how to assess the requirements for the military upgrade and how it would tax the port, they said that if they aren't able to secure those fundings, then they're going to have to come back to the legislature with some alternative measures. But up until this amendment that's being offered, there was nothing in the bill that would do that. And so I certainly appreciate and thank Speaker Pangilinan, and I rise in support of the amendment.
Any other speaker on the Pangilinan Amendment? There being none, any objection to the Pangilinan Amendment? No objection. So ordered. The next in line for the second amendment is Senator Tamada. You have any amendment to make? Okay. And coming down to the second round, Senator Gottert, you're next. Senator Ada has nothing to offer for the second round. Well, no, our second round, so-called second round.
Just a comment, if I may, Mr. Chairman, on the second round. I'm looking for amendments that will satisfy my concern that I tried to express in the amendment that I did proffer but did not pass. In order to get my support for this bill, I want to make sure that we've tightened up on some of the issue areas. So I'm looking forward to other amendments from our colleagues that will help do that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, the next speaker then I recognize Senator Cruz. The next on your presentation of the amendment. Everybody has a copy of the Cruz amendment that been just passed out?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to add a very simple amendment so we can make clear that in the amended version of the, I don't know what even section it was in the bill, that my concern about the purchase of the cranes and what Senator Guthrie's concerns was that we don't use the task order as a means of purchasing cranes. I've just put in that that the purchase or lease of the cranes shall be pursuant to Guam procurement law and not through the use of a task order to any existing contract. I was disappointed that we didn't bring the port people in to tell us that it was not possible, but I'm going to just make it very clear in law then that it is not possible that they can purchase the crane through task order and completely bypass the procurement law. So I ask my colleagues for their support to give me some comfort in what is happening down at the port.
Senator Ada, you're recognized for the Cruz Amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in full support of the Cruz Amendment, which clarifies that the acquisition of gantry cranes shall be pursuant to Guam procurement law and not through the use of a task order. So I stand in full support of that. I hope that that gives the level of comfort also to my colleague from Manilao in that particular issue. And I would also like to say that in her intent to develop, formulate legislation that would address the concerns that she has government-wide, that I certainly offer I would offer my assistance in working with her to develop such policy. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any more speak on the Cruz Amendment? Any objection? No objection, so ordered. Any other amendment Senator Rector, you recognize her on your third amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here we go. This one's slightly different. So it's once again a large amendment, and I'm going to try and read my way through it, seeing as I can't talk anyone else into reading it for me. It says Section 4, but we're going to need to renumber, I believe. Oh no, we haven't got a new Section 4, so the numbering's actually right on this. Here we go. Provisions against conflict of interest, comma, other. A, financial interest for the purpose of this section means an interest held by an individual, his or her spouse, natural, adopted, or dependent children, parents, parents-in-law, siblings, or siblings-in-law, which is 1, ownership interest in a business, 2, creditor interest in an insolvent business, 3, an employment or prospective employment for which negotiations have begun or been finalized, 4, an ownership interest in personal or real property, 5, a loan or debtor interest, or 6, a directorship or officership in a business. B, notwithstanding any other provisions of law, no performance management contract or other contractual relationship for a for-profit business entity allowing for any for-profit entity to operate in any capacity within the property under the jurisdiction of the Port Authority of Guam or to profit in any way from the activities of the Port Authority of Guam shall be entered into with any business entity in which any member of the Port Authority of Guam Board of Directors or any employee of the Port Authority of Guam has a financial interest as defined herein. No contract entered into against this provision of law shall be enforceable by any agency or instrumentality of the government of Guam. Any business entity intending to enter into a relationship with the Port Authority of Guam as specified by the provisions of this subsection shall attest in writing that said business entity is in compliance with the provisions of this subsection prior to any contract being entered into with the Port Authority of Guam. Record of this written statement shall be transmitted to the legislature. Any contract entered into against the provisions of this subsection shall be invalid and not enforceable by any agency or instrumentality of the government of Guam. C, notwithstanding any other provisional law, no performance management contract or other contract allowing for a for-profit entity to operate in any capacity within the property under the jurisdiction of the Port Authority of Guam or to profit in any way from the activities of the Port Authority of Guam may be awarded to any business entity in which any individual person having served upon the Port Authority of Guam Board of Directors within the past 10 years or in which any person having served as supervisor, division, or department head within the Port Authority of Guam in the past 10 years has a financial interest as defined within the provisions of this section. Any business entity desiring to enter into a relationship with the Port Authority of Guam as specified by the provisions of this subsection shall attest in writing that said business entity is in compliance with the provision of this subsection prior to any contract being entered into with the Port Authority of Guam. Record of this written statement shall be transmitted to the legislature. Any contract entered into against this provision of this subsection shall be invalid and non-enforceable by any agent, instrumentality, or the government of Guam. D, notwithstanding any other provisional law, no performance management contract or other contract allowing for any for-profit entity to operate in any capacity within the property or the jurisdiction of the Port Authority of Guam or to profit in any way from the activities of the Port Authority of Guam may be awarded to any business entity in which the governor of Guam, as of the date of this provision's enactment into law or any previous governor of Guam for the past 10 years, or any member of the current governor's staff or administration, or staff administration for the past 10 years has a financial interest as defined herein. Any business entity desiring to enter into a relationship with the Port Authority of Guam as specified by the provisions of this subsection shall attest in writing that said business entity is in compliance with the provisions of this subsection prior to any contract being entered into within the Port Authority of Guam. Record of the written statement shall be transmitted to the legislature. Any contract entered into against the provisions of this subsection shall be invalid and not enforceable by any agency or instrumentality of the government of Guam. Whew. Okay, here we go. E. Notwithstanding any other provisional law, no performance management contract or contract allowing for any for-profit entity to operate in any capacity within the property of the jurisdiction of the Port Authority of Guam or to profit in any way from the activities of the Port Authority of Guam may be awarded to any business entity in which a member of the 29th or 30th Guam Legislature has a financial interest as defined herein. Any business desiring to enter into the relationship of the Port Authority of Guam as specified by the provisions of this subsection shall attest in writing and said blah, 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 blah. Same provisions as before. On to F. No performance management contract may be entered into by the Port Authority of Guam for a period of longer than 5 years. Any contract entered into against the provisions of this subsection shall be invalid and unenforceable by any agency or instrumentality of the government of Guam. G. Notwithstanding any other provisional law, all procurement by the Port Authority of Guam shall be done through the established procurement office and shall be done in accordance with any and all procurement laws, rules, and regulation. No performance management contract or other contract shall be entered into allowing for any private entity to manage or operate procurement services on behalf of the Port Authority of Guam. Any contract entered into against the provisions of this subsection shall be invalid and not enforceable by any agency or instrumentality of the government of Guam. H. Any individual or individuals who are found guilty in a court of law of intentionally violating the provisions of this section shall be guilty of a felony punishable by up to 4 years in prison depending on the severity of the violation and a fine of up to $100,000. I, the government of Guam, shall have the authority, when applicable, to recoup revenue via the appropriate legal process if sufficient evidence exists to suggest that the people of Guam or any agency or instrumentality of the government of Guam have suffered financially as a direct result of a violation or violations of this section. The compiler of law shall hereby have the limited authority to codify the provisions of this section into law within the Guam Code annotated after enactment of the provisions of this section. There we go.
Would you like to speak on the amendment before I open up?
Man, I should have got a glass of water before I started reading that one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you know, one of the issues that we have, and I think not only am I and members of this legislature worried about it, but members of the public are also concerned. We're talking about a huge $200 million deal. That's a whole lot of money. And we want to make sure that we are credible, accountable, and transparent by making sure that nobody within this legislature, nobody on the board of the port, or nobody in the governor's office is going to profit from this, is going to get into an individual for-profit contract and make money from the people of Guam by forcing through this bill. I mean, it's obviously been a concern of some people that this has been very heavily campaigned for, and we just want to make sure that we're transparent and everything is above board. The people know we are building up the port for the people of Guam and not just to make profit for somebody else. And I hope my colleagues will support me in this effort. I think it's important that we make sure that everything is above board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any speaker on the Senator Ada, you're recognized on the Rector Amendment, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment. First of all, I think the amendment is very significant, is very far-reaching, and warrants a public hearing and input from other agencies, from the AG's office, from the stakeholders. And you know, even as the author of the amendment was reading, he had to stop and take his breath, to catch his breath. And I must admit, my brain couldn't digest this thing in the 2 minutes that he was reading. And if this is something that's needed for the port, then it should be also applicable to the rest of the government, but it should be a standalone bill that goes through the public hearing process, and then we can deliberate on this particular issue itself. But for purposes of Bill 178, I would stand in opposition that we put something in like this without due deliberation. And we don't, I certainly would like to hear from other stakeholders that will be impacted. So I stand in opposition to the amendment.
Any other speaker on the rector amendment? There been an objection. Senator Rector, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, fortunately, I passed this out a few days ago, but really, this is just holding everybody to the same standard the legislature already holds itself to. The definition of financial interest in this comes straight from Public Law 30-30. All we're doing is saying we're holding the board and the governor's office with regards to the port to exactly the same standard as we hold ourselves to. And I can't see in any way, shape, or form that that's a bad thing. I don't understand how we could possibly say that it is bad to make sure that our governor, who's a lame duck governor at this point, wants to be in any way accused of something that he might or might not do. This protects him. By the same token, this protects all the people on the board of the port, to make sure that nobody can turn around and say to them, well, your cousin's brother's son got that contract down at the port because you sat on the board and you set it up and signed this deal before you got out of office. With this in place, everything's above board and the people of Guam are protected. It's really based on good, clean contracting law that protects the people of Guam from basically theft or the illusion of theft. And I can't see how being above board and making sure that nobody is led to temptation is a bad thing. I sure hope that my colleagues will support me on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There been an objection to the rector amendment. I'll go for a vote then. Those who are in favor of the rector amendment, please raise your right hand. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The rector amendment failed. Any more amendment to the bill? There being, if there are none, is there any motion to rise? Majority Leader? Senator Ogun, is there a motion to rise? Okay.
Are we going to need to engross? say Ben's got another one? One more? Tom, can you check with Senator Pangilinan if he's... Are there any other speakers who would like to proffer an amendment to the bill? You know? Okay, with that then I'll recognize Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the privilege of making a motion on your behalf on the matter of bill number 178-30. At your direction, at your leadership, Mr. Chairman, we've concluded discussions on the Port Authority master plan. And then in having done this for the last 3 days, you've also asked me to convey your appreciation and our appreciation for everyone involved, all of our colleagues, as well as the Port Authority board and the consultants to help guide us and how we're going to vote one way or the other. But having said that, I move that we rise from the committee of the whole with a recommendation to pass, and that with all amendments made while we were in the committee of the whole to bill number 178-30 be intact. And that's my motion.
So ordered.
Yeah.
So ordered. Okay, so we're out of the committee of the whole now.
Legislature is back in session. We've risen from the Committee of the Whole. I'd like to recognize Senator Ada, the chairperson of the committee, to give us a report.
Madam
Committee
Speaker.
of the Whole. We rose. Sorry, Senator Pangilinan. No more amendments. Senator
Madam
Ada.
Speaker, the committee wishes to, Committee on, Madam Speaker, the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, Public Works, and Veterans Affairs has risen and wishes to report out that, risen from the Committee of the Whole, on the matter of Bill 178-30 with a recommendation to pass. We've had a long 3 days of discussions on the bill, and obviously I think that at some times during the deliberations, I honestly felt that the bill had no pulse, but I'm certainly very thankful that that everyone participated and also made the necessary amendments that helped to bring the members into their comfort zone to be able to support the bill, and I certainly ask my colleagues to do support the bill, because we do need to modernize our plan, our port. The plan certainly is a very important component to the application that is being put in for the ARA grant of $50 million, is also a very important component of the application that's being put in for the USDA loan. So, Madam Chair, I think everything that needs to be said has been said. And again, I just want to express my appreciation for the very active and often very passionate participation from the members. And I would ask my colleagues to support Bill 178-30. Madam Chair, at this time, Madam Speaker, at this time I move to place Bill 178-30 to the voting file.
On that motion, then, without any objections, so ordered. I'd like to recognize the Majority Leader on the order of
Thank you
the
very
agenda.
much, Madam Speaker. While the bill's being engrossed and photocopied, I move, notwithstanding the House rules, that we proceed to the voting file and reorder the order of the voting file so that we vote on the confirmations and then on the bill 178-30.
On that motion, then, without any objections, so ordered. Oh, no objections. Okay, we are in the voting file, and we will proceed with the appointments. And I'd like to ask the clerk to please read the first appointment. And for the directors, then we will vote with the. Yes. Yes.
On the appointment of Mr. Vicente A. Ada to serve as the Director of the Department of Youth Affairs.
Roll call.
Senator Ada? Yes. Senator Agun? Senator Blas? Yes. Senator Calvo? Aye. Senator Cruz? Aye. Senator Espaldon? Yes. Senator Guthertz? Yes. Senator Munya Barnes? Okay. Senator Palacios? Yes.
Wait, Senator Agun, will you please
Pangilinan?
take your seat? We're voting.
Senator Rector? Senator Rector? Senator Respicio? Senator Taitagui? Senator Tenorio? Speaker Wampet?
Yes.
I'm going to read the title and you call out the
On the appointment of Mr. Vicente A. Ada to serve as the Director of the Department of Youth Affairs. He received 14 yay votes and 1 excused absence, so Mr. Vicente A. Diaz is duly confirmed as the Director of the Department of Youth Affairs.
On the appointment of Mr. Christopher M. Duenas to serve as the Director of the Department of Land Management.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Ogden. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espadon. Senator Guthertz. Senator Munoz Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Tidegree. Senator Tenorio. And Speaker Wampat.
Yes. On the appointment of Mr. Christopher M. Duenas to serve as the Director of Land Management, the votes are 14 yeas and 1 excused absence. Mr. Christopher M. Duenas is duly confirmed by this body. The other appointments will be show of hands. So can you read the appointments of the other members?
On the appointment of Mr. William D. Berry to serve as a member of the Port Authority Board of Directors.
All those in favor, please raise your hand.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Okay, he received unanimous support, so therefore he is confirmed.
On the appointment of Mr. Gerard Cruz to serve as a member of the Government of Guam Retirement Fund Board.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Gerard Cruz received unanimous support. On the appointment of Antolina S. Leon Guerrero.
On the appointment of Ms. Antolina S. Leon Guerrero to serve as a member of the Government of Guam Retirement Fund Board.
All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Or your hand. Okay, Ms. Antolina S. Leon Guerrero is duly confirmed by this body. And
On the appointment of Ms. Catherine T. E. Titano to serve as a member of the Government of Guam Retirement Fund Board.
all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Ms. Catherine T. Titano then has received unanimous support, so she is duly confirmed. And
On the
Rosita.
appointment of Mr. Oops. On the
Rosita.
appointment of Ms. Rosita Ferreran to serve as a member of the Guam Banking and Insurance Board.
all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Ms. Rosita Ferrin received unanimous support. She is also duly confirmed.
On the appointment of Mr. John Ilau to serve as a member of the Guam Alcoholic Beverage Control Board.
All those in favor of his appointment, please raise your hand. Okay. Mr. John Ilau received unanimous support, and he is duly confirmed.
On the appointment of Mr. Jeffrey C. Johnson to serve as a member of the Public Utilities Commission.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Jeffrey C. Johnson received unanimous support. He is duly confirmed.
On the appointment of Ms. Ginger Porter to serve as a member of the Guam Regional Transit Authority Board.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. Ms. Ginger Porter then received 14 votes, and she is duly confirmed.
14 only?
Oh, no, I forgot one. 13. I correct that. There's 13. You're right. One absent. That's it? Huh? So you what? So, okay, so this is the next one. This is ready? Does everybody have a copy of the engrossed bill? Okay, so bill number 178-30 COR.
Bill number 178-30 COR, as amended by the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, Public Works, and Veteran Affairs, and further amended in the Committee of the Whole, introduced by T.C. Ada, F.B. Agun Jr., F.F. Blas Jr. An act to approve Phase 1 of the Jose D. Leon Guerrero Commercial Port of Guam Master Plan Update 2007 report.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Agun. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espadon. Senator Gutherts. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Titagui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampat.
Yes. Did I hear right on Senator BJ? You know? Bill number 178-30 COR as amended by the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, Public Works, and Veterans Affairs, and further amended by the Committee of the Whole, received 12 yeas, 2 nays, and 1 excused absence. Bill number 178-30 COR is duly passed by this body. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If there's no brief extension of remarks, I then move that we adjourn subject to the call of the Speaker.
Okay, so on that motion then we are, Senator Gutherts, you.
May I make brief remarks, just very brief? Today is September 11th. It's the 7th anniversary of the attack on America. I mean, the 8th anniversary. And it's important for us to recognize that day and to, for a moment, I'd like to ask my colleagues just to stand for 1 minute in remembrance of the thousands of people that were killed on that day because of the attack on our country. And let us all, in our own way, ask that in our hearts and minds that this never happens again anywhere in our country or in the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gutherts. So we will, there's a motion then to recess, subject to the call of the Speaker. Adjourn. So no objections then, so we are adjourned, subject to the call of the Speaker. You want to stay?